HR specialist, so I recruit.
Nice.
Um, I have
Nice.
applied for another job outside of HR, but I haven't heard nothing back. I kind of applied and just forgot about it. But
That's okay. Let me just check and see if that might be the job we're talking about. Okay, I'm getting a yes for that job. So don't be surprised if you do eventually hear back from them. I don't feel like it was quite the right timing at the time, but I feel like, did you hand in like a resume?
yes, I did. Mhm.
Yeah, I feel like they've held on to that, and I feel like that could be something that, would that involve business travel?
It may involve business travel.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely. My next card that popped out is the Two of Earth. Now, the Two of Earth is saying you need to bring more fun into your life. Is that something that you feel like you could definitely have? I feel like it's a bit of work,
Definitely.
no play.
Yeah, I'm a busybody. I'm in a leadership program. I do stuff for my civic. I do stuff for advocating for neighborhood. So yes, I'm like always
Aw.
busy. So I haven't had any
Okay,
fun
yeah.
lately. Not lately.
Okay, yeah, because the card actually says working too hard or multiple jobs, the need to bring fun into your life. Saying you're juggling multiple priorities at once.
Oh, absolutely, I am. That describes me perfectly.
Perfect. Okay, I've got the page of water that's popped out. Just going to check where your message is. Won't be a sec.
I am a water sign or a Cancer sign. So
Yeah, nice. Well, this is the page of water, and yeah, beautiful card. Okay, so this card is saying new emotional experiences, a romantic encounter. So I feel like this is someone definitely new coming in for you. Won't be a moment. Okay, so I just they're telling me that the guy from August is gone. He's out of the picture. He's not coming back.
okay.
Okay, but this card here, the Page of Wands, is telling me that someone new is coming in for you. They're going to be sensitive, open-hearted, and it's a new emotional experience. You're going to meet them on a more intellectual level, if that makes sense. You're going to have a lot in common, I feel. But there's definitely, and I feel like it's saying social events. So with that, I feel like you will meet this person at a party or through a mutual friends, or you'll be out having a drink and you're going to meet this person here. And I feel like they are going to be so much better suited for you. I feel like your last relationship, the guy in April, was probably feeling not quite on the same level as you energetically as well. I feel like he's probably got a lot of work to be doing on himself. And I feel like you've done the work, but he is just not going to match you in that energetic way, if that makes sense. I really don't feel like you're going to hear from him again. I'm sorry. So that last card was about an excellent opportunity coming through and about your career again. So I really feel like this job's coming in for you, as well as the new man.
Okay.
You have a good night.
I appreciate it. You too. Thanks.
You're so welcome. All right. If we got Tiffany from Darlingford.
Hello.
Hi, Tiffany. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really good. You're from Canada.
Yes. Manitoba.
Beautiful. Excellent. I'm from Australia. So yeah, nice to meet you. Tiffany, is there a specific question you're after today, or you just after a general reading that comes through?
Yeah, it's just a general reading.
Beautiful. All right, I'm just going to shuffle some cards for you. Oh, nice. So the first card that popped out was the Three of Water. Three of Water is saying news worth celebrating, joyful announcements. Let's see if there's a specific one that we can get. Is there a pregnancy around you, family, friend, or yourself?
A friend is pregnant.
Okay, yeah, I feel like that's yeah. Is she due? Nearly due?
No, she's not due till October.
No. Okay, great. Nice. Yeah, so that's just a nice little opening up. Our next card that popped out though is about the sun. The sun has come out, so which is a beautiful card. I'm just going to check and see where our specific message is for the sun. Won't be a moment. All right, I'm just going to pull out my little booklet. Won't be a moment and see if I can get the exact message for you here. You've been going on your own spiritual journey as well?
No, I haven't.
No? Okay.
I've always been interested in it. Like, I think it's so neat, but I don't know if I'm
Yeah,
gifted.
sure. No problem. It's also saying a return to health. Would that be for yourself?
Sorry, what was that?
It's saying a return to health. Have you not been well, or someone close to you not been well?
Yeah, I haven't really been feeling too great lately. I've been trying to figure out. I thought it was hormonal. Okay. Yeah, ever since 35,
I hear you.
I seem to have struggle.
Yeah. Okay. Have you tried the patches? Hormonal patches?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Maybe that might be something to look into because Spirit definitely planted that into my brain. So yeah, yeah, it might be something to look into that might ease some of the symptoms for you, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what else we've got. All right. Let's see what the page of air needs to tell us today. Do you suffer from anxiety?
Yes.
Yeah, it's saying high anxiety. Have you heard of grounding before?
Yes, I have actually. My best friend's mom does it often.
Okay. Yeah, definitely something worth they're telling me to get you to look into and start doing as much as possible. There are so many benefits from grounding, just not from sleep, but so many other health benefits as well. And I really feel like that definitely could be helping you with your anxiety and for your hormonal issues as well. Okay, let's see what else we've got for you. Yeah, it's nothing fun about being a woman sometimes, right?
No.
Yeah, I'm 55 and I'm just, in the whole menopausal hormone state myself. Not fun.
No. Yeah. That seems to last forever, I heard.
Oh, no, stop. Don't tell me that. All right. I've got the beautiful Dreamer card that's popped out. How nice is that? Let's see what we're saying. Okay, they're saying that you need to start trusting yourself a bit more, trusting your intuition probably more than anything. You know, that gut feeling that we get. Yeah, they're saying that you're not trusting it enough. So let's see what else Dreamer
my
wants
confidence is very low.
to tell us. Yeah, okay. Hey, the dreamer wants to tell you that there's a new adventure coming up for you. Let's see if this is in paragraphs. Do any hiking?
Pardon?
Do you go hiking at all, or do any walks out in nature?
Yeah, I like going for walks.
Okay. I feel like they want you to combine those walks with your grounding and they're saying just to be a little bit more adventurous, if that makes sense.
Okay. Well, we moved to a different place, and I used to run outside all the time, and I haven't been doing that. It's different area now.
Okay. Yeah, nice. Maybe in that time to go on a little adventure and explore a bit more, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see if we can get a last card come out for you. It won't be a moment. Oh, we got two. Beautiful. Okay, have you just, are you thinking about buying a new home? Or you've just moved, or?
Yeah, we just moved about 2 years ago.
Okay. And our last card. What kind of work do you do?
I work for post office. I'm a hairdresser. I help out on the farm, and I just started dealing with a company.
Lovely. So it's just saying an excellent opportunity presents itself. The exciting news about your career/promotions. So that's definitely a possibility coming through for you for work, which is lovely to hear.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D, and I'm coming to you live from Christchurch, New Zealand. So I'm here for this weekend. We have a fair on. So I'm here for the Mind, Body, Spirit Expo at Riccarton Park at the racecourse there. So this week with the planets, we have tonight at 9:52 p.m. We do have the new moon and it's in Aries. So that's at my Sydney time. So if you are in New Zealand, I'm 2 hours ahead of you. So it would be 11:52. So it is going to be quite an angry new moon. We have a lot of planets in Aries, and we haven't had as many planets in this for a very, very long time, in our lifetime, matter of fact. We've got Neptune, we've got Mercury, we've got Mars, we've got Saturn, we've got Chiron, we've got the Sun, and we've got the Moon all in Aries. We have the Moon with the Sun conjuncting Chiron, and then we have Mercury conjuncting Neptune, but we've also got Mars and Saturn very close together as well. So with the Moon and Sun with the Chiron, that is exposing a wound, and I feel like it's going to be about how you identify yourself. Also, I feel like it's going to somehow be involved with what you value, like moral standards. I feel like that it's going to bring up maybe some self-worth issues coming up to the surface with that too. I feel like it's about standing in your power, and people may be trying to tear you down. So I feel like you've got to believe in yourself with the aspect, because it's going to bring up some kind of wound with that. And then with the others that are close together, with the Mars there, see Neptune can put a dissolving energy on the other planets, so you might be a bit more forgetful, not be able to speak what you want to say, or it could be that you're too scared to speak your truth as well, because we've got Mars there, which is also giving you a boost of confidence, but it also can be angry and aggravation too. So they've got a number of different things that can happen. It also could be problems with you if you're getting asked about bursts of anger, or just being a little bit forgetful, not getting the right words out. Could often be a thing with having all these conjunctions there. We may see things ramp up in terms of war or aggravation around the world. We could see protests and people getting quite angry with things. It is a very angry transit that we got coming up tonight. We're having all these planets in one sign. It's like things are out of balance a little bit, or very much out of balance. So we do have that. Plus, we've also got here on the 17th of today as well. We've got, as I said, the Sun conjunct Chiron, and then we have the Mercury conjuncting Neptune. I feel like it's just words getting mixed up today. I know myself today, earlier, getting some words mixed up, saying the wrong things, because just things being on my mind and not coming out the right way. We've also got happening today, we've got Mars sextile to Pluto. So that's bringing a really big transformation in yourself. And I feel like it's also bringing in warrior energy as well. And you trying to be a leader, trying not to control things, but trying to also be more assertive, I feel like too. We've also got on the 19th, we've got Mercury going to be sextile to Pluto. So I feel like that's about you speaking up a little bit with that transit. On the 20th, we're going to have Mars and the Sun are going to form an aspect as well. And that can be a bit of you, again, speaking up, having that confidence as well with that. And also on the 21st, we're going to have the Sun moving into Taurus. 21st, we're going to have Mercury conjunct with Mars with that. And that is going to be a very much a play of speaking up, speaking where you feel that confidence, or it could be you being a little bit assertive or even a bit angry about things in your communication. Let's go to the caller. So we've got Carol, who's in Lakely, Indiana, in America. So hi, Carol. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Glad to be here.
I'm good. Yes. How can I help you today?
But I thought maybe I'd give you my birthday. We could do a little reading on me. I'm a Capricorn.
Okay, let me just see. So I can
Is
try
that
and
your
do very quick.
expertise?
Yeah, I am an astrologer, I should say. Just let me just see if I can bring it up quickly. Well, let me just go edit. So what is your birthday?
December 25th, 1968.
Okay, this 25th of December, 1958. Did you say?
No, 68.
68. Sure. And
68.
do you know what?
Yeah.
Do you know what time you're born?
Yes, 8:17 a.m.
Okay, so it's 8:17 a.m. And are you from Louisiana? Or where are you from? Like,
No, I was born in Chicago Heights, Illinois.
okay, let me just see. I can get that up. So you want Chicago. My spelling is not the best. How do you spell Chicago? It's
CHICAGOHEIT. It's the Heights, Chicago Heights, Illinois.
Okay. Look, I will just.
ILLINOIS.
Okay, let me just pick. I'll just pick this one here a little bit. We'll just see how we go.
Sure.
Just we've got time because the time's running out, so we've got to be quickly with this. We just pick
Okay.
this and I'll put down with transits. So it might be a little bit out because of the logistics or it is, but it'll still be okay. All right, so you are an ascending Capricorn. Not only are you a Capricorn sun, but you're an ascending Capricorn. So you come across very structured, hardworking. You've also,
Oh, yeah.
your sun is in your 12th house. Like me, I had the same thing. So sometimes you might feel a little bit invisible or that you're not being heard or overlooked a little bit sometimes with that sun being there. It also can mean that your dad may be a little bit hidden as well. So your dad might be, maybe he lives far away from you, or it could be that he's just not in the picture as well. Your Mercury is also right on that ascending, so your communications can mean a lot for you. If my chart's a little bit out and it's more in the 12th house, it can mean that your communication's a little bit hidden as well. The way you think is you think very logic, but very straightforward. But you very much how you think and how you are is that you just could get along with things. You can't just. I mean, you might have a little bit of times where you do feel a little bit sorry for yourself, but most of all, it's about you picking up and getting on with it. Because you do have your moon, which is Pisces, and that can bring a bit of emotional, make you feel a little bit emotional. And even sometimes you might get in a mindset of a victim, but then because of the Capricorn, you'd be snapping yourself out of it. Like, no, gotta snap out of that energy and be moving forward.
Take it off.
Yeah. Your Mars is in Libra, so you're very calm. What makes you angry if something's not fair, or you're going to fight just hasn't been served, is like you got to fight for justice, and that can make you a little bit angry. You're also wanting a partner that is going to help you and have a fair relationship with you, where it's even. You need someone that's going to be on your level. It needs to be even. I always say like Prince Charming. Your mother, you see her as an intuitive person or someone who a little bit soft.
My mother was gifted. You got that right. Yeah.
Well, with that moon there, it's in the second house, so that can also mean maybe your mum maybe saw her someone has a lot of self-worth or not, but also earnings. There's an aspect of maybe her being the breadwinner or earning a lot of money or earning some money working, also being in that second house with that moon too. Being there, but you get a bit emotional yourself about when it comes to your self-worth, and also about finances too. You can get a little bit emotional about that yourself. When I say emotional, it probably means not that you're going to cry. It can mean that you have high expectations, and if someone maybe wants to see you or wants to talk to you about something, you maybe start freaking out. Like, what do they want? So like a little bit high strung in that area. You've got here, I'll just do some of the transits because I know with time I'm doing this very fast. So you've got Jupiter currently going to go through your 7th house. It's actually just coming in this like now. So from this time now to this time next year, it can be about relationships. It can be about creating partnerships. If you're single, you might be finding someone new. If you've already got someone with you, could be getting along with them better. But I feel like with you, it's going to be about establishing connections and partnerships with that. I see handshakes around you. So I feel like could be about business or work, because I do see that. And
You see what checks around me?
like handshakes.
What did you say?
So
Oh, handshakes.
handshakes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sorry, my
Ah.
accent. So because the
Oh, yeah.
seventh house
That's okay.
it is relationships and it is the marriage house, but it also can be like connections with people too. Like so
Uh-huh.
I kind of
Yeah.
I kind of feel like
Ah.
that with you over the next year, it's going to be about establishing some sort of connection. And I do see like partnerships and handshake. That's to me like a deal coming up.
Okay.
So, and I feel like it's going to be about,
Yeah, that sounds good.
I feel like it's just a professional or a business that this is coming about. See, with
There
you,
could be
you are
some
some.
changes at work. Yeah, you got
Why?
that right. There could be some changes at work next year.
Oh, well, yeah, well, the Jupiter's there and it's going to create some luck with you with people. So, you might even you might even become more social with that and meet new people as well with that transit. So, and over the past year,
I just
it's been more
started
about.
to. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, I
well,
just
there's
started
more of that.
I just met a new
You've had a,
friend a couple days ago. Yeah. And that's not like me.
yeah,
I
well,
usually am a loner. Yeah.
well, with that transit, yeah, it can be that you're getting out more, meeting people. It could even be, if you're single, it could even be romance around you as well with that too. Could bring someone in.
Oh.
You're going through, yeah, you're going through a big change yourself. I can see going in your first house with that Pluto transiting.
Yeah,
So
I
you're
am
going
going through a
through,
big change. Yes. Yes.
yeah, I can see that
Spiritually,
too.
actually, spiritually and emotionally. Yeah.
Well, you're very psychic. I can see in your chart that you are very psychic as well and in tuned. So, and you've got some good
Yeah, I
luck
try.
there in the
Thank
ninth
you.
house and travel. Yeah. But we'll finish it up there. But thank you for calling in today. I hope I've helped you.
Oh, you did. Thank you. You're amazing. That was great. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I
Thank
really
you so
enjoyed that. You
much.
have a great night. Nice to
You
meet you.
too.
Okay. Bye-bye.
You too. Okay, bye. So everybody, thank you for joining me today. If you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook is also Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady D as Psychic. My TikTok is Lady D. I think it's Lady D Psychic. And my YouTube is also Lady D Psychic as well. So as I said, I'm in New Zealand. If you're on the weekend in Christchurch, come to the Riccarton Park for the Mind Body Spirit Expo, where you'll find me and a lot of other readers and the fun things there to do. Until next time, I will see you back at home next week, back my usual spot. So bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I hope everyone is having a good week so far. I'm Robin Wolf, your psychic, your evidential medium, and animal communicator. I live in Asheville, North Carolina, but I also do mostly Zoom readings. And again, I hope everyone's doing well today. And while I'm waiting for a caller, I did choose a card. for all of you. And I decided to use today, call it Baron Reed's Oracle cards. She's one of my favorites. And I chose this card. This card came up today, the home card, which is interesting. I feel like we're all, the collective, we're all being given the message to learn to be comfortable in our own skin. It's not always easy, right? The home, it means peace, security, safety, and belonging. And I don't know, I talk to a lot of people and they are not always comfortable in their own skin. So that's the card I chose today. And I hope it helps you. And right now I'm going to take a call from Valerie in West Babylon, New York. Hello, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
I am very well, thank you. And you're in New York.
Yes, I am.
I love New York. So what can I do for you today?
Is there anything I should know about my family at this time?
Okay. So focus on your family right now. And let me tune into you and your family and shuffle the tarot cards and see what happens. Do you have any specific questions about your family, or do you just want to see what I see?
I just want to see what you see.
Okay. So give me a moment and just quietly focus on yourself and your family for a moment. Okay. The first thing I'm getting is love is in the air. So not sure. I mean, that comes up for springtime, right? But I feel like first of all that there's lots of love between you and your family. I am getting a big stop sign, so I don't know if you're worried about one person or two people in particular, but I am feeling like you're being told to stop worrying so much, that everything is starting to even out. I also feel like someone is a little bit worried. I don't know if it's you or the person that you're concerned about, but I do feel like that person feels like they have this blindfold on and they don't like not being able to see the future. They don't like not knowing what's next. So I do feel like trying to find balance. Would you understand that there's a legal issue with someone in your family, a divorce or a fight over a will or something?
Not a fight, no.
Okay. What I'm picking up on is something legal is coming up. It could be as simple as trying to sell a house or signing papers to purchase a house or a car. It could be that simple. But I am getting that someone in your family, I don't know why, I just keep getting that someone is either separated or about to sign divorce papers. I don't know if that makes any sense. But I'm getting that someone is just trying to release the baggage that they are carrying. It's not a bad thing. I feel like it's a good thing. So I do feel like someone's trying to release that baggage so that they can start all over again. I'm also picking up on the infinity of love. So I feel like, I don't know, I just keep getting that your family is just full of love and that everyone supports each other. And I keep feeling animals like dogs and cats around you all. So I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like your family is just, I'm getting a huge family, and I'm also getting just full of love and full of green. And I don't know why. It's time to garden. It's time for new beginnings. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. What more could you tell me about that?
About gardening or new beginnings?
About new beginnings.
Okay. Again, I'm getting that there's a relationship that's starting. Um, I just keep getting over the next 2 months, it's going to get stronger. I'm also getting that someone is studying very hard, trying to get a certification or is just graduating high school or college. But I am getting that their hard work is paying off. I'm getting that you're worrying too much needlessly, if that makes any sense to you. But I am getting, okay, I am getting they're building, this person is building his or her life right now. And I don't know why I'm getting a rebuilding, but I'm getting building. And I also feel like they're building their own team of friends. And it's like all new. It's a new beginning. I feel like if it's a college or a high school graduation, I just feel like this person has a lot of support from one person in particular that has been a best friend who's turning into a more than a best friend, a romance. And I feel like they're getting ready to build a life together. I'm getting that there is no reason to worry about money. I also feel like maybe this has to do with the legal papers. I do feel like there's more money coming in the fall after the summer is over. And again, I keep seeing 2 dogs around you. And I just feel, and I also see a small child. So I feel like everyone is like climbing the mountain and they're ready to celebrate that they grew and climbed and made it to the top. And with good health, with love, I just keep getting that everything is smoothing out. That roller coaster ride is over and things are smoothing out and just rebuilding. Does that make any sense?
It does make sense.
Okay.
It does. And my daughter is her first year in college.
Oh,
So
okay.
a lot of what you're saying is making sense.
Okay. Okay. Your daughter, this first year in college, I still see money. So, I mean, not wealthy money. I feel like she is really focused. She's really smart. Does that make sense? Like
Yeah.
logically
Yes.
smart and very
Mhm.
not motivated, but I feel like your daughter wants to take pressure off of you for some reason. And I feel like she's trying to figure out ways to make extra money so you don't have to worry. And I don't know why I'm hearing this. I could be crazy, but I keep hearing that she is so computer technology savvy that there might be an app that she's building that's going to make money, but it's something that she could do while she's doing her studies and while she's having fun. And I do feel like she's doing it with people. So I could be totally wrong about the app, but I do feel like she's thinking about what she can build with her friends so that they could have fun, but work hard while at the same time. I feel like your daughter's really good with people. I don't feel like
is.
she,
Very good
okay.
with people.
Yeah, I don't feel like she was always a people person. I feel like this is something new for her. I don't mean she never had friends. I feel like she did, and does. But I feel like something has changed in her. She's more comfortable in her own skin. She's home, not literally home, but she's home in her own skin. And I feel like, is she going to school somewhere in the mountains? Or does she
She's
work?
up in the cold, yes.
Okay, okay. I don't feel like she literally likes the cold as much as she once did, but I feel like I don't know, I just feel like she's having a lot of fun finding herself. And I just see a lot of balance. I don't see like a roller coaster ride. I don't see a lot of waves. I see balance. I mean, I do feel like she was homesick, and I feel like sometimes she still is, but she knows how to deal with it. And I feel like she knows how to deal with it a little bit better than you do, which is not an insult. I was the same way when my daughter was in college, so it's definitely not an insult. But I do feel like there's someone helping her learn coping skills, just learning how to build herself up so that she's not insecure, if that makes sense. She's very secure in her own skin. She's not a people pleaser.
Yes,
She likes to please herself and you, obviously, but she doesn't care what people think of her anymore. I feel like she's tired of doing that. So I feel like all she needs to do is please herself, obviously you and her family, but mostly herself, if that makes sense.
It does, yes.
I do feel like there's someone in the family. I don't know if it's your daughter or someone else. I feel like could be someone else. That almost feels like they were stabbed in the back by somebody. And I'm just getting, okay, that's not her though, correct?
No.
Okay. I do feel like that person is healing and also getting stronger emotionally. I do feel like they might have started out sabotaging other relationships because they were afraid of being hurt again. But now they're more focused on themselves and on their own healing and on their own growth. So I do feel like that is also smoothing out. We only have about a minute left. Do you have any specific question, like a specific question you want to ask me before we have to say goodbye?
Nothing I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, I hope that helped a little bit.
It did.
Good. I hope you have a great afternoon. And I hope you have fun.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Take care. So with that, thank you everyone for listening, and I hope you have a great rest of your week, and I'll see you next week. Thank you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Tales from the Other Side with Chris Clardy. Live from Terrell and LenormandByChris.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Tales from the Other Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and happy Thursday, also known as Friday Eve. So I hope you all have some fun plans that you have laid out for the weekend, and wherever you're at, your weather is supposed to be good, and if it's not supposed to be good, then you have plans somewhere where it will be good. So I just thought I'd take a moment to let you know how to get a hold of me if you had been trying to and you had any trouble at all. My website, you can go to Tarot and Lenormand by Chris, or you can also go to mediumchrisclardy.com, and that will take you to the same place. I recently changed my web address, so using Tarot and Lenormand by Chris, or just typing in mediumchrisclardy.com, that will take you to the same place. So I'm in the process of switching that over, and it's gonna take you right to the same spot and make it a little easier to find me by my name. So that Tarot and Lenormand by Chris I created when I was pretty much just reading tarot cards, and I also read Lenormand as well. So those of you out there that like having card readings done, don't hesitate to get a hold of me for that as well, because I still do that. I still love doing it. It's a lot of fun, and I love giving people guidance with reading cards. So don't hesitate to reach out if you're looking for some guidance in doing card readings. And it's actually kind of fun to do card readings for your pets. I do those every once in a while. It's kind of fun to look at a pet's situation, like if you have an animal that is an athlete, for example, and you're doing some sort of competition, and you want to see how that competition's going to go, or what kind of competition you need to look out for, and what that situation is. That's a good example of getting a card reading for your pet. Say you have a horse, and you are looking at what your competition is going to be in the reining arena, and what kind of things you need to work on, and what kind of partnership you and your horse have, and the overall perspective of what the classes and the competition has in store for you for the season. It's just kind of a fun thing to do. So that being said, feel free to reach out and ask for something like that. I also, if you're in the Northeast Ohio area, I do offer to come out and do visits at your boarding stables and stuff. So I can come out and set up something with your boarding facility to do readings for all of the boarders that are interested. I did one last summer at a facility, and some of the barn friends, because it was okay to do this at the facility I went to, they brought their dogs out. So I did a handful of the horses, and I did some of the dogs that folks brought in. So keep that in mind. I can also bring a friend that does animal Reiki, so keep that in mind as well. So I have Carol in Cedar Lake, Indiana. What can I help you with tonight, Carol?
Hi, I'm great. I don't really have any. Are you a astrologer or psychic medium or anything like that? I'm not familiar.
I am an animal communicator, and I'm not an astrologer at all. So that's not my. Okay, that is not something I could help you with.
Now I have so many animals in spirit, and I'm really glad that you're an animal communicator, because I love animals, and I have all kinds of, from birds to cats to lizards to hamsters.
Oh wow.
To dogs, and I used to hand raise parrots and birds, so go at it.
Oh wow. So you've had a little bit of everything. That's great.
Yes.
Was there one that you were looking for a message from, or do you have one right now that you're having some kind of challenge with that you need some help with?
No. Right now I'm just down to one cat here, but like I said, I have a lot in spirit. I have a miniature tabby. She's doing fine, and her name is Marcy. And yeah, I don't. My dog, he passed, and every they live ripe to old ages. I'm 57, so I've had a lot of years to have. I actually worked in a pet shop for 5 years, and then I raised parrots for 2 years. So there's a lot of them in spirit.
So I am getting this this parrot coming through that this was a bossy little guy. He had
a male.
this huge personality, and he was very, very bossy. And he was slightly possessive of you. He
Yeah.
he
That's
liked
true.
he didn't really like to share your attention with humans either. He would get quite jealous if other people came real close to you, and he made his he it was like he would start yelling at them, and I'm seeing like this major head bob. Like, he expressed himself very well when he was not happy with something.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But he this is really funny. I'm seeing him looking at you, and it's like he would put this little show on for you. And it's like he would do this little
Yes, he did. Yeah.
dance, and it's like,
Oh,
look
yes,
at me,
yes,
I'm
yes,
gonna entertain you. You don't need to watch the TV. I'm your entertainment.
Yes, that was my little conure named T. He was a maroon belly conure, and yes, he did his little strut. He'd puff his wings out, and it was a male, and yes, he bonded with me. When I lost him, I lost part of my heart.
So he does come around you a lot, and I feel like you occasionally hear him. Like early in the morning, you think you're having a dream that you hear him, but he's coming around you a lot, and wherever this area in your house that he had an enclosure close to a window that let a lot of sunlight in, and that's where he loves to sit. He loves that sunshine. Made him feel really, really good, but sometimes it would drive you crazy, because as soon as a little crack of sunlight would come in, it was like, okay, he was like having a rooster. It was like, get up, everybody. Get up.
Yeah, that was him.
And this is absolutely hilarious. So when I'm doing readings for, like, mediumship readings for people, I tend to get a lot of associations with what movie famous people look like to kind of describe loved ones. But with his personality, I don't know if you've ever seen Madagascar, but his personality is like the Lemur King. Like, behold, he's just like presenting himself like that. He was quite something, and he actually he has I feel like he has influenced I don't know if you've had another bird since him.
Yeah, right after he passed, I was so heartbroken. I had to go get the same breed. It was maroon belly conure, and I looked it up, and I found the same breed. And then I had a female named Carly. She died. Didn't have hers long, and they both died of a cold. The house wasn't
Okay.
warm enough. I was young, and they got. But yes, I was so heartbroken. I bought the same breed of bird and had a female right after him. Same breed.
Okay. But her personality was a polar opposite. She was
Yeah.
very
Oh yeah, she was in introvert. Yes,
yeah.
but she's very
Um,
loving. Very loving. She would lay on my chest and I'd pet her. Yeah, she's very loving.
Aw. Yeah, he kind of like is sticking his little wings out when she was around. He was like trying to encourage her to have a bigger personality, and I feel like when she was raised, when she was tiny, she didn't get quite the same type of socialization as he did. I'm feeling like he came from a place where he came from like this aviary that they raised birds and they
Yeah.
really handled them a lot, and they were very caring and loving, and they brought these birds up to go into homes and to be these great pets. And she didn't come from, I don't feel like it was a bad situation, but she just didn't have the handling that he did.
The handling, yeah, that's correct. That's right. She wasn't handled as much, but I tamed her in no time. I'm good at taming animals. But yes, she took a little more taming. That's correct.
So they are together, but
Oh, good.
she's still very timid. But
Yeah.
he definitely comes around you a lot still, and it's like he's still like that little that
Aw.
like I'm gonna hang around you and I'm just gonna kind of watch everything that goes on around you. And he also alerts things that are going on in around your house. So he'll kind of get your dog riled up every once in a while. And I feel like your dog's getting a little bit older. And
Okay.
like if your dog isn't
had
quite
a
sensing
dog.
something, he'll get your dog's attention to go like, it's like, pay attention over here. You need to look over.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Soul Song Healing with Lizzie. Live from soul-songhealing.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Song Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, this is Lizzie Murder, here with Soul Song Healing, and today's show is about mediumship. So since I was a kid, I've had this gift of being able to talk with loved ones who've departed. And I kind of thought everyone had it, but not everyone does. And it's a very sacred gift that I use to help people. I've helped clients resolve things from beyond the grave, kind of. It's, sometimes we don't say everything that we wanted to say while we're alive. And I see death more as a transition rather than the finality of. I would love to help people to talk to their loved ones someday. That's a dream of mine. So it's more of a see you later than it is like, okay, I can't hear them anymore. But until I can do that, I do this professionally. And I'm going to be taking a caller to do live mediumship today. If you want to read more about my experience as a medium, you can go to soul-songhealing.com, book a session with me. And I wrote some articles about what it was like being a medium, getting amazing support from my own grandpa when I needed a father figure, how it shifts the perspective of the soul. Like I remember telling him I was so sorry that we didn't get to meet in the physical, and he corrected me. He showed me an image of meeting me while I was a newborn, and he was in the hospital dying of Alzheimer's, which sounds really tragic. And then he started laughing really, really hard. And then I started laughing, and he said, we met, but neither of us remembered. And I've been able to connect with different loved ones who have passed away. And there's something truly amazing about loving someone on both sides of the veil. And it really is just the soul keeps going. There's an extension. It's just a doorway. Death is a doorway. And it's one of my favorite gifts. For some reason, it takes more energy than the other ones, but I've seen a lot of healing come through it. And I get a lot of details about personalities and stuff. So it's something that I hope I can share, teach you how to talk to your loved ones. I don't know how to do that yet, but yeah, so I'm going to be doing a live reading for someone. I think we have a caller here.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, hello?
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, what's your name?
Can you hear me? Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Paula. Paula.
Hey.
Yeah.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing really good sitting here in the sun. Enjoying some sun.
What can I help you with today?
Oh, I'm trying to see what you see coming ahead in months and if you think it's okay if I got rid of my nurse, if we'd be okay. Well, some insight on that.
If you got rid of your nurse. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to try to do everything on my own.
I think there's
I'm
a lot
not confident enough.
going on in your life right now. There's like a feeling of weight. It's like
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you're going through that. There's a feeling of like wanting to break away from the situation, or that the nurse isn't giving you what you need emotionally. Like I feel like you need more community or play. A big feeling of weight and isolation. Can you get rid of your nurse? Like for now, they're saying to keep the nurse, but to find other reasons for your life, like to enjoy your life. They're saying you desperately need connection. Like basically you have some family, but they're not really in touch with you right now. Like, or there's a feeling of connect. Yeah. And it's painful.
Yeah.
And there's just this feeling of like being alone. Yeah. I'm really sorry you're going through that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the nurse is
I'm raising my daughters.
Yeah. They're saying like, what I'm hearing is that it's always been hard for you to ask for help.
Yeah.
And in your family, it wasn't like a popular thing. It was like people just kind of sat with it. They worked hard. They shoved things down. And that they'd really love for you to ask for help, ask your family, ask your community. And something just as simple as someone coming and spending time with you so you can feel connected to the community is going to really help you.
Yeah, see, I take care of 2 handicapped kids I adopted. They were my daughters, and she took off on us. And
Yeah.
I've been raising them. One's 10 and one's 3, and they're both handicapped, and one's got a lot of medical problems. But I just recently got a nurse about 3 months ago, but I don't feel like she's doing her job, and she just sits on the couch all day, and I'm still stuck doing all the work. So I thought, should I keep her or not?
Yeah. Well, some of that feeling, like the nurse is a little checked out. I do see that. But it's also just the feeling of like doing everything on your own that's frustrating you. It's like there's just you've had that feeling for a long time.
Right.
Carried this weight alone for a long time. And so they're saying like please get help from the community. That even like your neighbors, like people, and it's not so much that they need to help you with the specific things when it comes to caring for these people. It's more like you have been isolated caring for them, and there's resentment towards the nurse of like she's not really doing her fair share. And the thing is like she is doing her job, but she's going through some stuff, and there's like some I think it's more of they're asking you to get some help, and there is help available. They're talking about a church helping you. They're talking about neighbors coming by and just like having a social life. Like they want you to just have a life apart from that. It's been a long time since you had one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because it's really hard. My granddaughter I adopted, she's 3. She just, she's been through 2 heart surgeries, and she's got G tubes and colostomy bags, and I've only had a nurse for like 3 months, something like that. And she kind of acts like she's scared of taking care of her, so I just do everything, and she just kind of sits on the couch until I need her or something.
Yeah.
And and her brother's 10, and he's got autism, and I really don't ever get out because I'm always taking care of them, and I have no help.
Yeah.
So I feel a little isolated. Yeah.
It is isolating. My nephew is 11, and it's like he's autistic, and it can be isolating. It's a lot of work. But it's like he's a great kid. It's also a lot of work. It's both. And that's what I mean, is someone coming by the house just like or just having care so that you can get out. Because it's like they're showing me they're like, when's the last time you went out dancing and like saw a concert or something? They're like, it's been so long. And it's more like when you're able to have some of those experiences, you're going to be looking at the situation with the nurse a little bit differently. But right now, it's just this feeling of like being alone, and there's so much responsibility. And the community, it's not that they don't care. There's more like they just kind of thought you've got it. There's kind of this feeling, oh, she's got it.
I'm stubborn.
Yeah, you're a little stubborn, like I am too. But like there is this feeling like you've always been very strong. Like I'm gonna do everything all on my own. But they're like, please ask for help, even if it's just someone coming by and eating a meal with you. But like there's a feeling of you need some more experiences, and then you'll bring that energy back to you need to have some fun. They show you going dancing. Like it's funny because I see like the trumpets going, and I'm like, I want to ask, like, will you get some help with caring? And they're like, yes, the community will be there to help you if you ask. They're just kind of doing their own thing. They're a little oblivious right now, so they just need to be asked, and someone will come by and be like, you know what, I got it. Like there's this feeling of like once you ask, there those kind of people. They work really hard. They work really hard where you live. But there's a feeling of like we take care of our own kind of thing. Once they know there's something going on.
Yeah, I've been on my own since I'm 14. I just turned 61 the 17th, and I've done everything by myself and never have no help, and taking care of either my sisters, now my daughter's kids, and it's like I adopted them because she's not around. I didn't want them to be fostered out, and her daughter, I travel with Heaven every 2 months to Colorado for some surgery, and it takes a toll, and the nurses aren't allowed to travel with me. So that's the only thing I feel I really need help with is when I travel. But yeah, I was like, I don't know if I should go back to just doing it all by myself or keep this nurse. because I feel like, she's there, but she's not there taking care of heaven. I'm doing all the work.
Well, a nurse is good for some of the, I'm just gonna say bathroom stuff, or some of like the medical stuff, like that kind of stuff. It's really, but they're saying part of it is just this feeling of like you're a very strong person. You've been able to carry a lot on your own throughout your life. But part of your lesson is trying to like ask for help, like understand, other people have things going on, but they don't know how much you're feeling isolated. Like they do want to come by and take things off your plate. Like, I'm just getting the feeling of like you're in a community with some good people.
Yes.
Yeah. And the nurse is good for like the cleanup stuff, if you know what I mean. It's like certain things. Yeah, need to be cleaned up.
It's kind of my fault too, because I don't let her do nothing.
Yeah.
So only time she does anything is help me if I need to go to a doctor's appointment a couple hours away. She goes with me to help me keep heaven entertained while I'm doing the driving, But other than that, I don't make her do anything. I do everything on my own.
Yeah, that's the energy there is they kind of want you to let go of the reins a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, let go enough to trust someone else. Like, this is her job. She can do it. And to see what else life is about. Like, you haven't given yourself that. And there's this feeling of like wanting to control things. I think sometimes when we care deeply, or just because life can be like that, we want to control things. But they're like, please let go of reins. Like, that's what she's there for. And like, let yourself, like, I don't know, they keep showing you stopping off at like a place where they have live music, and you're just stopping in, and it's like, you're taking a deep breath, like, because it's been so long since you experienced something like that. And when it's all about caregiving, it's like self-care goes out the window, and they're like, this nurse can take on a lot more than you're giving her. And she kind of wants to. She
tells me that let her help, but I don't.
Yeah. It's like, I get it. Like, I think you're used to doing it by yourself and it being done a certain way and all that. I can feel that. But yeah, there's a big message of like, your community will help you, the nurse will help you, and they want you to get out there and not be so isolated and like they keep talking about a church or something where there's a community, good people, just good hearts, and they're just like, please go find your people, and then you can bring that energy back.
The kids and I.
Yeah.
The kids and I have been going to church on Thursdays.
Makes sense. Yeah.
We just started doing that, getting out of the house and stuff,
Yeah, these. They want you out of the house. They want there's also a feeling of like, they want the kids growing up in community and like surrounded by people and knowing like, and this kind of makes me emotional. It's like they want the kids knowing that they're loved and accepted exactly as they are. And, it can be hard with certain conditions, right? Like, but it's a good place. These people are good people and they make accommodations, and they're kind of people that will like shift things around without talking about it. Like, and so yeah, they're saying you need some time out dancing.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live from the city of New York, where the mayor just made a wonderful announcement where he's going to go full Trotsky on us because certain pale ethnic groups make too much money, and he must put an end to that immediately. I was just chatting with the producer here, Dave, who I remembered an old Soviet Union joke. They were very sardonic when they were living under communist rule. The joke went like this. Under capitalism, man exploits man, but under communism, it's the other way around. So, the guy is trying so many things, and none of them are going to work because none of them are going to pass. Right now, his answer to everything is more free stuff. So he's going to essentially give everybody free childcare here, which, of course, we have a thing that gives childcare. It's called a parent. But, I don't want to get too deep into the political stuff here because this is just a passing fad and it won't last. The thing that's going to put a stop to what's happening here with this ideological person who's never really had a job before. That's the funny part to me, is that, I'm familiar with the ins and outs of show business, and I can tell you it's one of the easiest things to get into. A lot of people think it's hard. It is not hard at all. I mean, look how many people are in it, right? This guy who's the mayor now here couldn't get into show business even with his mother, who is a director for Disney, making movies. She couldn't even get him in. I mean, so, yeah, let's make him mayor. Suddenly, years ago, somebody said that politics was show business for ugly people. And we're kind of seeing that now at this point. So these things will blow over. They'll pass. New York has been burned down. New York has been rioted. And I don't mean like, the little things that we saw in the news in the last few years. I'm talking about massive riots here where buildings were torched and the whole city was crippled. You look at the history of New York. This is a town that always bounces back, always. So we're getting racially motivated politics now, which is what is known in the dictionary as racism. Racism is when politics and political, what's the word I'm looking for? Policy is justified by races, which really don't exist. That's just an artificial thing that they do to scare the hell out of everybody. So, New York will be fine. We may have a few rough days, but it's nowhere near as bad as these professional sourpusses like to say. It's just trust your old Uncle Elliot on that. I've been through this city. I've been in this city since the 50s, and I've seen it come and I've seen it go, and I've been deeply immersed in the political scene here. And I can tell you that a lot of the people here, and especially in the area I live in, only went into politics because they did indeed fail in show business. This is something they have in common with the mayor here. When they fail, they just keep failing. The funny thing about failing in show business is that that's called the learning process. If it doesn't work, don't do it. Now, I've spent years developing a comedy act, which got laughs. But I could write that down and give it to somebody else and it wouldn't get laughs because it's what works for you in the entertainment business. So anybody who tries to be somebody else gets eaten up alive. But there's always room for more. As long as somebody look, the reason I was shall we say, popular in my field of endeavor, which for quite a long period was screenwriting, is because people could make money off of me. That's the whole point. There's a lot of people who think that because they've seen movies all their lives, they know what screenwriting is, and they really don't. But I always ask them one question, and nobody ever gets it right, which is, what is a screenplay for? And maybe I'll tell you later. But nobody I ever met who aspired to be a screenwriter could answer that question correctly. What is a screenplay for? I'll give you a hint. It's not the guide for shooting the movie. Not at all. So anyway, we'll go into some of that later because these are very interesting things to people for some reason. And, if you really want to get ahead in a certain business, any business, you got to understand the business. You have to know what it's about. You have to understand what your job is and what your job isn't. So now, we're getting all these people who, like, are doctors. These doctors are getting fired from their jobs because they think that their job is to be a social justice warrior. Now, if you want to have a social conscience and do what you think is right, fine. But, there's an old saying in the esoteric world, which is so totally misunderstood. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. And immediately people say, oh, so I can murder somebody? And of course, the answer is no. If the law is that you should do what is your will to do, you have no right to steal somebody else's will by killing them. You see how that works? Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, which is that you become yourself. You do who you are. Because there's really only one you at any given moment. I don't know if we come back or not, but that's what people used to wonder. I get in trouble even in high school. Well, what do you want to be when you grow up? I said, I want to be the best possible Elliot I can be. Well, that's not anything. Won't you be an engineer? So many kids in grade school said they wanted to be engineers that I thought they meant like Choo Choo Charlie in the Good and Plenty commercials. I didn't realize that an engineer didn't mean running a train. But, the kids, I saw like 5, 6, 7-year-olds saying, I'm going to be an engineer. And they didn't know what it was, They're just social pressures there. But find out who you are, what you can do, and use it, make a living doing it. It's not that hard. Yeah, well, you're lucky, they say. No, I wasn't lucky. I worked very hard to get where I was. Here's a secret about the entertainment business. When I was a screenwriter, I spent more time writing memos to the producers than actually working on the screenplay. Because we touched on this a week or so ago, the parts of a conversation. In a conversation, there's what I say and there's what you hear. And then there's what I think you heard, and there's what you think I said. And it can be very confusing. And, the big problem that the producers have is they hire some gung-ho young screenwriter, tell them exactly what kind of movie they want them to be paid to write, and then they'll come off and go away, and they come back with a script that has nothing to do with it. So anytime I had a telephone conversation or a luncheon meeting with a producer, I would go home and I would write a memorandum. And I would say, this is to memorialize what we discussed. Please let me know if I'm correct. That's it. This communication is at the heart of everything. If you can be Albert Einstein, but if you can't communicate what E equals MC squared means, you're screwed. It's all about communication, and the tarot cards are a form of communication. I don't make up what I'm reading. I just follow what the cards show me, and I explain to people what I see. I shuffled them up terribly today, so they're a big mess. But that won't stop us because I don't. People have asked me about this. I don't read the cards upside down in a short reading because we don't need to. The upside down cards. There's a card that covers everything in the deck, so you don't really need the upside down stuff. But in a very long, in-depth reading, it's handy. So some of these cards are even backwards. Let's see. Yeah, see, backwards. So let's see what we can do here, and we'll get into it. But in the meantime, I guess what I'm trying to say is don't let politics bend you out of shape. It's just a bizarre form of show business, and they have very little power over us, the political people. They just don't have that much power. They think they do, but they don't. That's why they are acting out all the time. But remember, always find out if what the person is doing is in their nature. If it's in your nature to be a politician, then you'll be a good politician. If it's not in your nature to be a politician, if you're only doing it because your father did it and your grandfather did it, you're headed for trouble. One of the meanest, nastiest people I ever saw in New York politics was somebody who was a fourth-generation political leader. And he spent a lot of time helping people and doing very good things. And then as he got older, he just started to really hurt people a lot. So, this is something to watch out for. Don't throw away your life, is what I'm saying. Find out who you are, what you're meant to do. Get a tarot reading. Get an in-depth tarot reading. Get a birth chart. I offer birth charts free, Just go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Now, there are 2 pages there. One is about getting a birth chart, and the other one shows birth charts for celebrities. Now, you want to have your socks knocked off, which sounds like a fun experience, doesn't it? Then please take a look at the celebrity birth charts at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and you will be surprised at how accurate they are. I mean, thoroughly accurate. And if you would like to, if you're not sure of who you are and where you're going and what your destiny may be, get a birth chart. I can sell you a 25-page one, or I can give you a free one that's like 2 pages. They're both fine. I'm not asking anybody to spend money, that's for sure. But if you choose to, the option is there. Almost nobody takes that option, and I'm fine with that. I'm not being exploited. In fact, right now, at this point in my life, I need to be busy. So if you can ask me for a free birth chart, you got it. If you can ask me for a free mini tarot reading, you got it. I'll be more than happy to do it. I did 3 of those today. Why shouldn't I do one for you? You're really helping me if you do it, because I'm really not in the best frame of mind I've ever been in, as many of you know and know why. But it's the show is not about me; it's about you. And I'll say it again, I am so happy at the outpouring of understanding and help I've gotten from the Ask One Radio audience. It's been great. So if you just feel like dropping me a line to say, we're with you, we hope all works out for you, go for it. And not just for me. I mean, you'd be surprised what that does for people. There's a wonderful scene in the play, 1,000 Clowns. And if you don't know it, take a look at the movie sometime. It's called 1,000 Clowns, where a guy has a revelation. He walks down the street and he apologizes to people. Excuse me, sir, but I'm sorry. Or I'm very sorry. And it brightens up their day, because apparently a lot of people are walking around feeling that the world owes them an apology. Now, here's a story I've told before. I knew a guy who used to say, money is great, but it's not worth working for. He had the right attitude about money, as far as I'm concerned. It's not what he didn't mean you don't have to earn your money. He didn't mean steal it. What he meant was it's not worth grinding yourself into the ground over. Of all the things, I decided through my experimentation that of all the things people need in life, money is one of the easiest to get. I mean, you show up and you do a job for a few hours a day, you'll get money. So I walked along Central Park West, which some of you may not know is a very, for the most part, swanky neighborhood in New York City. And I asked people on Central Park West if they would give me some money. And they did. Almost everybody I asked gave me some money. Almost nobody avoided me. A little loose change here, a little folding money there. And I donated that money to a charity. Then the next day, I walked along the same stretch at the same time. And this time I didn't ask for money. I asked for people to listen to me. Not one person took me up on it. Not one, which is, why a lot of people go to see psychiatrists. They're paying somebody to listen to them. So that's an important lesson in life. I think I learned. What the lesson actually is, I don't know yet. But that was so many years ago. So you see, by way of all this, just remember what the main function of the news media is. It's to drive you crazy. One of their favorite tools is asking questions. Could this be the end of New York? Well, there's a wonderful website dedicated to what's called Betteridge's Law of Headlines. And this person, Ian Betteridge, decided long ago that any headline that ends with a question mark can be answered with the word no. And there's some very fun. Every day they add new headlines from the news because lazy journalists love to write that. That means we know that the story is not true, but we simply want to run the story anyway. So, my refinement on that is ignore any headline that says could in it. Could this be the final days? No. Because it's not news, it's conjecture. Now, if you can cut out headlines with a question mark and just answer them no and ignore them after that, or you can ignore any story that has could or may be in the headline, you'll do yourself a world of good. Because these people, I've been around them for decades, and they just like to upset other people. It's that simple. And those other people are you and me. So that's my homily for today. I'll tell you something else. I'm about to say something that I would wager nobody has ever heard a man say. That's not some big confession about feminism or anything. Here it is. I misplaced my turban. Have you ever heard anybody say that they lost their turban? I mean, right over there in my office is where I remember it being in a box, nicely wrapped up and secure. But wow, I can't find the thing. I found 4 fedoras that I didn't even remember I had. But no turban. So I'm probably the only person you'll ever hear moaning and whining that I lost my turban. Now, the funny thing is, you can't get one like that anymore. I mean, that company that made those went out of business during the Biden inflation period, as did like many inexpensive shaving soaps, which is what led me on my shaving soap odyssey, which I'm not going to talk about. But you can find it at my website, mojoacademy.org. There's several pages there about shaving soap, if you're so inclined. I have to mail some more out. I just sold some more soaps. See, I only made these soaps because I didn't want to pay a fortune for shaving soap, and I didn't see a reason to. So I went into making it for myself, and then I realized it was so inexpensive, I'll sell it. And I'm talking about I'm selling shaving soaps for like $4.99. I asked for a little more on eBay, but that's the game there. You can put in a lower price, and I'll consider it and probably give it to you. Even if it's just $4.99, you want to make it $4, fine. There's just no reason to take a commodity like shaving soap if you use a brush and a mug if you're a man and make it $16. But you'll see videos all over the place of people boasting about using $32 shaving soaps. One born every minute, folks. So that's my opening philosophy. Now we're going to go do the readings. How's that? Like I told you, I often get quite chatty because, especially now, living alone for the first time in over 40 years, I really feel like I'm burdening some people with emails and voicemails and all of that. But I like talking to you guys. faceless hordes of people around the world listening to Reverend Elliot, and you don't even know how much good you do me. You don't even know how much you help me. And I really appreciate it. So the free charts, the free birth chart, free mini reading, it's a way of me giving back. Please take advantage of it. The more time I spend doing that, the happier I'll be. And I'm looking forward to making a free birth chart for you, so you'll know who you are a little bit better, maybe. Carl Jung, the psychiatrist, the great father of psychiatry, he was really hip to this stuff. He likened people to wine, each wine having a vintage with certain characteristics. So are people. See, so take a look at the astrology page at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. I'll put a link to that today, if I remember, on Twitter, X. So let's pull back the curtain on the magical window. I'll ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. Hey, see, that bell worked. And now we're going to greet our first caller, Megan in Alexandria, Virginia. Hello, Megan. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. I'm doing better now that I'm here with all you guys. So what can I look at for you?
I just wanted a general reading to see if Spirit had a message for me.
Okay. Well, according to this, you're kind of at the cusp of some new stuff happening. I'm seeing that your mind is changing. Not that you're going nuts or anything, in a good way. Your mind is expanding, and you're finding a new way to think about life and see things. Is that something you're working on?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
it's working. I've got the Ace of Swords, and I have another card that has swords in it, which is the Justice card. Now, the thing about the Justice card is it means you're getting what you deserve. Were you cheated out of something recently, perhaps?
Yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, the world is going to make that good, Aside from that, the 3 of Rods is here. That's about waiting for results, good results. The 3s are about completion and also growth. And the 8 of Coins is here. Now, if you're in the line of looking for new work, that's a very good card. Now, even if it isn't new work, it could be a new assignment within a job you already have. It shows an apprenticeship, a person working very hard at something new and being recognized and rewarded for what she's done. So that's pretty good. Now, the Chariot is here, too. That's a major card. You have 2 major cards here. The Chariot is about a person who's holding conflicting forces together. Do you feel like that's happening in your life?
Holding conflicting forces.
Yeah.
I think I can relate to that.
The symbolism here, and then I have a very good card for you, ugly but good. The symbolism here is a person holding driving a chariot with 2 horses, one white, one black. One wants to go this way, the other wants to go that way, but you make them go according to the way you want them to go. Now that shows you have great willpower, but it's also tiring. But you're able to do it. You're able to do what needs to be done, but you might need a little break here. And that's what this card is. This is an ugly card, nasty looking card, and it scares a lot of people, but don't let it scare you. It shows a person lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in her back. Now, that doesn't mean somebody's assassinated you. It means that life has thrown its worst at you, and you're still here, and you're going to get up and keep going. So it's really a wonderful card. And the final card I have for you is the 10 of Cups, which is supreme happiness and a happy home and things working out very well. So in this period where your mind is growing and your mind is changing and you're going to be reaping results in the near future, and probably starting some new kind of work endeavor that you will apply yourself to very rigorously, and you'll succeed. I mean, this is all very good. And whatever you had been sort of cheated out of, the world is going to make that up to you, and you're going to live in complete happiness, according to these cards. See, it's a very nothing horrible happens here. It's a very dull, good reading. The cornerstone of this reading is your head. Not that you're a blockhead, but I knew a blockhead. I mean, that's a very specific thing in carnival talk. A blockhead, I don't know if I even want to explain what they do. They hammer nails up their nose. That's the act. But you're going to do very well because your mind is growing and changing. And unfortunately, the first thing that happens when we do that, when we grow that way, is we lose friends. I don't know what the hell happened to you. You're so different now, but they don't get that you're better. So don't let that get you down. You'll attract new people. Seriously will. Okay, so here's another one. This is the Six of Rods is another card of success and triumph. So you're headed down a good path. You're headed down a very good path. And it's work that you're doing for yourself. That's what counts. Let's see, anything else?
I believe it.
You'll money is coming your way, and you'll be good at juggling that money. You'll know how to make that money work to make more money. That's really the whole point of, well, that's capitalism in a nutshell, is to have your money make the money. And it's doable, right. It really is doable. Mm-hmm. But somehow, if you look at the United Nations statistics, you'll see that capitalism, and I'm trying not to be ideological about this, just factual, has lifted more people out of poverty than anything. It's the old saying about if you give a person a fish, you'll feed him for a day. If you teach her how to fish, you'll feed her for a lifetime. And that's what it does. There's a creativity to doing capitalism right. Now, if you want to be a rapacious capitalist and just go there and grab everything you can, that is not going to work out very well for you. But to have money working for you instead of you working for money is good. I mean, when I went out into the workforce, I couldn't believe that I was getting paid all the money I was getting just to show up and work 8 hours a day. And right. I did good things with that money. And looking back with inflation, at the age of 20, I was making the equivalent today of about $60,000. And I liked the work. That was the main thing. I enjoyed the work. Won't say so much for the people I worked with because they were nasty, many of them, forming little cliques and all. But you're smart. These cards show me that your mind works. And this is another thing about holding conflicting forces. If you get into a situation where people are trying to hurt you, you're going to handle yourself very well. Okay?
Mm-hmm. I've learned, yeah.
I mean, I feel sorry for them because not because you're going to hurt them, but because they won't be able to hurt you. And for some people, that's a goal in life. You've noticed that. Mm-hmm. Here it is again, the Chariot. So things are looking good for you, and it's all coming very soon. Here's the Wheel of Fortune confirms that there's change coming. So yeah, don't thank me. It's you. It's your cards and it's your work. You're the one doing the work. My reading shows that the work is going to pay off. Okay, Megan?
Thank you. Thank you so
pleasure.
much for your time and your energy.
Well, that's what I'm here for. Yeah, I enjoy doing this. I've been doing it for like 15 years, and every time I do a show, it's like the first time.
Oh, thank you.
Glad to meet you. I agree with that person who said that the world is full of friends we just haven't met yet. Thank you so much, Megan. Bye-bye now.
Good night. Bye-bye.
And let's just shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Good grief. Have we really hit the halfway mark already? Who is this chatterbox, Reverend Elliot? This is, I like I said, these are very important things. Now, if you don't want to call and you want a reading without, like hundreds of thousands of people listening around the world live, and then even more later on the at the archive. If you're a little shy about that, just send me an email and I'll do a free mini reading for you. Now, I'm not trying to entice you into it. I've actually got a sinister ulterior motive, which is to keep me busy. Look, any man who is capable of losing his turban really needs to focus his mind. And this kind of stuff is good for developing focus. I've got a few new products ready to go. I'm going to be putting them up on my website. So one of them involves this book that I wrote 15 years ago about bending spoons, which is really, it's not about bending spoons. That's the pretext. But it'll show you how to do it, even though people will tell you it can't be done. You take another look at that picture I just showed you. Right there on the cover is the first spoon I ever bent with just my mind. I remember being shocked. It just flipped over. And I'm offering a special package for that book because it's still, after 15 years, it still sells well. And I just want to give a little extra. I have the time now, and you people have been so darn kind to me over the years. Do you know how many nasty phone calls I've gotten doing this? Just one, and I made him feel like a dope. Just one, and and I'm talking about 15 years worth of phone calls. So I'm not inviting you to come in and abuse me, but I'm just showing how wonderful you folks are. Now let's go to Jackie in Ogden, Utah. Hi, Jackie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Well, let's see if we can do something for both of us to be a little better. How's that? What can I look at for you?
I don't know. I guess I was just wanting a general reading, I suppose, or maybe if you could tell me what maybe Tony's intentions are with having a relationship with me, I guess. I don't know.
Well, okay, this is very good. This is right off the bat. This is the 10 of Cups. Cups are about relationships and romance. And the 10 is perfected happiness. That means it's going to be very good, Now, have you recently had a relationship that didn't work out?
That was with Tony. We've been on like an on and off complicated type of situation for the last 9 years.
Well, these things happen because, speaking of 9, that's what this card is. It's the 9 of rods. Now, if you can see the card, it shows a person who's got a bandage on her head, standing in front of a bunch of rods, ready to fight. The bandage means you've been around the block. You know what I mean? The bandage is that you've taken your lumps. But it means that you have experience and you know how to handle things. It's very important because in the romantic realm, people take so much abuse. This is one of the things that shocked somebody to whom I was briefly married, was that I didn't put up with it, and I terminated the relationship, so to speak. That's for another time. But the thing about the relationships here is that, I've got 4 cards here, and 3 of them are cups. And as I said, cups are about romance and relationships. So the cards are really responding exactly to you. The 6 of cups is about memories of childhood. There's somebody who maybe from your past who could potentially pop up again, or at least is on your mind. And the 2 of Cups is here. Now, that's an interesting one. The 2 of Cups can mean a new relationship or a relationship you're in now, reaching a new level. But that's a very important card. That means that something good is on the way to you in terms of relationship, and it's going to be good. Now, you see, here I have another cup card, which is the Eight of Cups. That's a person who knows to move away from things that aren't working for her and go towards things that are. So you're not a
kind of been at.
You're not a sucker, but you know, some people can have a hold on us. You know what I mean? It's difficult. I mean, I don't like to get this personal because it's not about me, it's about you guys. But if you're being honest with me, I should be honest, you know, and open with you. I got out of a very lousy marriage many years ago, and it hurt me when I left, you know, when I broke it up. I couldn't believe it. My first thought was, I can't believe this is upsetting me. You know, it's God. I'm shuffling the cards up here while we talk, but here are two more cards for you that are cups. So definitely romance is very important in your life. The Ace of Cups again bodes the potential for something new in terms of romance. And the Three of Cups is a completion of a matter in plenitude, which also the important thing here is it shows that you will either find a new level of romance with this person or you'll find somebody new through your friends. See, that's an important thing. So keep your eye out. But, you know, overall, the cards are very positive for... I don't believe this. I got two more cards here, and they're both cups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 8 cards are cups. So definitely this is about relationship and romance and love. King of Cups and the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups bodes well for something new happening romantically in your life. And the King of Cups shows that you're gaining good control over your emotions. You're not letting your emotions beat you around. You know, now women have a reputation for being overly emotional. Trust me, men are worse. You know, but because men tend to be far more repressed, in my experience. So
yeah.
But you'll be doing well. I can't believe all these cup cards you got here. All but one is a cup card. All of them but one. You know.
And I'm not normally very concerned about a relationship. It's just like, I don't know, I'm just getting older in age and I don't know, I just want a partner, more than anything. And I just don't want to sit there and waste my time any longer for something that's not going anywhere.
You know, and here I have the card of the Hierophant, which is a card about marriage, which is a card about religious solemnization. There comes a point where no matter what you feel like about a person, you got to start calling the bluff. You know, you got to say enough is enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this is about. This is about here's the Wheel of Fortune says that the situation you're in will change, and the next is a major card, which is Temperance, which is about balance being restored in your life. So I think this is going to work out very well. I think that there will be a restoration of balance, because right now it's out of whack. You can see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not in balance, but it will be balanced out. And the results very likely can be a happy marriage, according to this, because that's something that it doesn't just happen. It's something people work at, and people have to be determined to do. He's another one. There's another cup card. I'm going to ignore it, though, because the next card is healing, health, growth, happiness. It's the Sun. Finally, a card that is a major card that isn't involving cups. But it tells me that you're going to have everything you want, and balance will be restored, and you'll grow, and you'll be happy, and you'll be healthy. Okay.
Okay.
So it's a very good reading, because it shows what you want, and you're willing to work to get that which you want. Correct?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So let's see if there's one more card here. Well, there's the Justice card again. We had that earlier. Yeah, there's things in life that you may not think it this way, but there's things in life that you deserve, and you're going to get those things. And that sounds like a threat to some people, but it's not.
No, I mean, it just like that's also another thing that I was thinking about the other day is, I guess like my lack of self-love to myself, I guess, and feeling that I have to stop allowing people to treat me a certain type of way because I feel like I don't deserve any different.
Yes, that is big. That is
not
very
being
big.
worthy.
That's something. There's a little voice in a lot of people's heads that say, "I don't deserve this." In a very strange way, I've known more than I want to know people who killed themselves, and with one exception, they were all very successful at what they did. But deep down inside, they didn't feel they deserved it, so they killed themselves. Can you imagine that?
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it's very sad. Well, the world is here. That's a card of assured success. And the Eight of Swords here, this is exactly what you just described to me. This is a person who doesn't feel able to move, feels trapped. But the thing about the Eight of Swords is that you're bound to the swords by a rope. And by moving, you'll cut those ropes. So there's hope there. I think that you will cut the ropes. Oh, gosh, again, the cups. The Nine of Cups tells me you're going to be very happy. There's a plumped person there because that person is so gifted with life pleasures. It's a card that even gives a warning that people might be upset with you because they're envious of you. So you're aware of what's bothering you. That's the main thing. You feel inadequate. Somebody put that little recording in your head to feel inadequate, and you're dealing with it. And I say you're going to vanquish it. At my website, magic-works.com, I have a page called Erase Those Tapes. Because it's bad enough when we have bad feelings about ourselves, but when somebody else put them there, it's worse. So do that. I mean, when I was a child, my mother said something I wouldn't even say to a person I despised. And fortunately, I was a strong little child, and I didn't let it bother me. I knew that it was her problem, not mine. And it was about how everything I touch is ruined. Everything I can. And he's telling a 9-year-old this, I remember it, but I remember.
Start into your brain.
Yeah, I remember it because I rejected it. I absolutely, utterly rejected it. And then that's something no 9-year-old should have to go through. But it sticks with us. And there's always, I've known so many people who were quite confident and successful who would tell me during a reading, there's a little voice that says, you're not good enough and you don't deserve this. Well, you are good enough. You do deserve it. I mean, that's like that character that Al Franken used to play, Stuart Smalley, which is a great name. It's based on a talent agent named Stuart Smiley, who we all knew in the comedy world. So he just made a joke out of Stuart Smiley's name. But it's, by gosh, you deserve it. Now, one of my favorite attitudes in life is I don't get headaches, I give them. So that's that's a start. Don't let people mess around with you. This is very worth exploring, but according to these cards, you're going to come out of this just fine. Okay?
Okay.
In fact, just for icing on the cake, that's a card of somebody giving you money. You've got money coming your way. It's a card of philanthropy.
That's what I need.
And, I see money in your future. And there's the Lovers again. See, that's about making a choice between the sacred and the profane. It's not about romance, but it's like the Temperance card, which is about balance. Your life has gone out of whack, and you're going to unbalance the unbalanced. I think I put my money on you. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Now, you doubt any of that, you just listen to this reading again. It'll be at the archive by tomorrow, if not later tonight. Okay. But I also would like you to contact me. I don't charge for email stuff, I mean, unless you want to buy an email reading, and I'm not selling you that. I mean, if you want some coaching on this stuff, just drop me a line. I'll be more than happy to deal with it. Okay? I'm not looking to get any payday out of this. I think I think you're right at the point of change, positive change, and I'd like to help you across the finish line. How's that?
All right. Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now, Jackie. And let's see. I can't believe the time is going so fast. This is. I mentioned Einstein before. Somebody once described the theory of relativity quite glibly as 5 seconds sitting on a hot stove, seems longer than 5 minutes sitting on the lap of a beautiful woman. Well, which, of course, I'm not going to do at this stage of my life. I'm going to go find women and sit on their lap. That's Harpo Marx territory. Anyway, so the trick is to see what the reality is, and that's what magic work does. It lets us see the magic. We have some time here. Let's go to Loretta in Rosewood, Manitoba. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Loretta. How are you? Thank you for being so patient. What can I look at for you?
My pleasure. Well, actually, I don't have anything specific, but I do just want just a general message, I guess.
Okay. Let's see what the cards deliver to you. There's a way of reading the cards that I tell you what's on your mind, and if it's wrong, we don't do the reading, But then we have to come back tomorrow.
Okay,
but I'll try it a little differently.
I just want whatever Spirit thinks I should hear.
Well, the High Priestess is here. That means that you have great spiritual ability, and you're able to pierce the veil between this world and the next, which is a very important talent. And it tells me a lot about you. Are you a very spiritual person?
I wasn't before, but in the last few years, I've been really going on a deep journey. So, yes, I would say I'm definitely moving that way. And
Excellent.
I am, yeah.
Well, I have the World here. That's a card of assured success. Here, this is a card I love, the Magician. That goes with the High Priest. The High Priest and the Magician. The Magician can take energy from above and use it here on this plane and make things happen. So the Justice card is here also. So you're again, if you've been mistreated, you're going to it's going to be made up to you by the world. Which, they're like, well, the world doesn't owe you anything. Yeah, it does, actually, sometimes. Sometimes the world owes us a lot, wouldn't you say?
Well, yes. A lot of the healing that I'm doing now is more for the injustices that are happening in the world right now. So,
well, this is the Justice card. There used to be before the pandemic. There was a thing. I'll have to see if it's still around. They made a set of cards that you could print out, and it was a ritual that thousands of people around the world did on the same day at the same time, with those cards to promote justice and positive energy in the world. So, I'll see if that's still around. And if not, I'll revive it, for God's sake. This is ridiculous that we have so many people whose whole job in life seems to be to destabilize us all. And they love it. They relish it. They enjoy it. But you're going to be okay. I've got a lot of major cards here for you. In fact, all of these are major cards. The High Priestess, the Magician, the World, Justice, and the Star. The Star is hope and optimism. The Star is that you get what you want. The Star is that things will work out very well for you. I've had this card earlier today, the Two of Cups. There is something romantic coming your way. The Judgment card is here, another major card. That's another one where you'll be revitalized. You'll be a new person because you're going to get the justice that you've been denied. So these are very strong cards, and you may not even know it, but you've got a strong personality. You may not think it. I mean, I've known people who thought that they were little weak church mouse types, and I would ask them, "Do you understand that you always get what you want?" And they said, "Well, that's just luck." Well, no. Yeah. Don't sell yourself short, because you've got many powerful cards here, including now this one, the Empress, the High Priestess, the Magician. These are spectacular cards showing a very powerful person. So if you have some awakening spiritual interests, you're going to do well with them. The Eight of Rods is here. That's just a rather plebeian card that tells me that good things are on their way right now in your life and will come into your life very, very soon. Okay?
That's all amazing and very, very, it resonates with me. Like I said, I've been on this journey and I'm doing some really cool ceremonies and just different stuff.
Have you lost friends yet who say, "I don't know what happened to you, you're so different"?
Oh, yeah, I have. Lots of them, actually. But I'm okay with that because...
Yeah, that's the price.
I'm just going to say, like, I still hold love for them, and I'm still sending love to them. And then maybe they'll join me sometime. But,
Yeah. Well,
okay.
A lot of that comes from their own expectations, which are probably unrealistic. You are who you are, and the more they see who you really are, the more welcoming they ought to be, and they ought to be celebrating. It's like the return of the prodigal child. This is important. I still remember when I started on my own spiritual voyage. I don't think I've been in contact with any of those people I knew before that so many years ago. They just thought I was crazy, so let them think I'm crazy. If this is crazy, so be it. Here's a very important card for you, which is the Six of Swords. That's about a person moving from rough waters to calm waters through her own initiative. So you're on a good path here. The person is pushing a little boat from choppy waters to calm waters is the symbolism, and it is very good. And that's what you're doing. And, that just seems to irritate some people. They ought to be celebrating. I'm not saying go kill a fatted calf or anything, but,
I'm trying to cultivate inner peace because I know the outer world is a reflection of the inner world. So that's kind of what I'm focusing on.
Yeah, well, I wish more people understood that. It's also reflected in the Emerald Tablet, as above, so below. That's the way it goes. Well, I have to run now, but you can contact me anytime. My email is asktarot, one word, at earthlink.net, or you can find me through askoneradio.com. And anytime you want a little guidance with it, I can probably send you some texts, some books, some things I can email to you.
That would be wonderful. Can I ask you for one last card, just for a friend that has left this world, if that's possible?
I got the High Priestess card again, which means that you'll be in touch with that person. I've got to run. I've got only a minute and change to go.
Thank you so much. Take care.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And hey, that's it, folks. We come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Gosh, I really, maybe I'll talk less up front because, well, I'm still going to run out of time at some point, so that doesn't make sense. But like my grandmother used to say, everything in life has an end except a salami. It has two. That was my grandmother. Go figure, right? So I'll see you again next Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, 8 Pacific. Follow me at X, at Rev Elliot. And, let's see what comes along and see if we can get a dialogue going. Till then, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
In the silence of my soul, visions clear and spirits call. sacred rule, standing firm where others fall. Whispers from another plane guide me through the unseen art. In my heart they remain, filling every broken part. I rise, embraced by the unknown, on paths of light that I alone have flown. Gifts revealed in every tone. In this mystic space I've grown. Each message is a stepping stone. My spirit straight, fully shown. In every bone I own my throne. Psychic medium, fully grown. I'm a throne, a psychic medium, fully grown. I rise, embraced by the unknown, on paths of light that I alone have flown. Gifts revealed in every tone. In this mystic space I've grown. Sweet clarity, sweet clarity. With every reading my power
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Oracle Buffet with Heather Carmona. Live from PsychicAstrologyWI.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Oracle Buffet on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Brought to you by yours truly, Heather Carmona, Psychic Radio Network, and of course the universe. I was going to do a reading today, but truth be told, right now, and I don't think that would be right of me to do a reading because I don't want to project my crabbiness onto a poor caller. And abilities and all these good things and be an astrologer, be a medium, whatever, but you're still a human too, and you still have stuff happen to you. Action, I guess, for lack of a better term, or to the other side, or your clarity would be a better way to put it. So anyway, I didn't want to pass. Do something lighthearted. We're gonna pull some cards today. I did several readings yesterday and this morning, so I'm all read out too. But anyway, yeah, frustrating afternoon. So our 4 o'clock your time on the dot. Yeah. Anyway, point being, let's just have some fun. Let's talk about sponsors first. High Class Grass, plant-based company. Find them at High Class Grass Bay, all the places. And then myself, Psychic Astrology, WI.com. Get your birth chart, get your solar return, get your and you can also get Oracle Buffet readings there, which is what we're doing today. So we're going to pull cards just based on signs. Let's start off with Aries. What does Aries mean? Yes. Express your joy, Aries. Express your joy. That's me. I'm expressing my joy. I'll be a little whiner sometimes. I'm being a whiner. Okay. Taurus. What does Taurus need to know today? Taurus needs to know this. Nurturing. Change me, divine beloved, into one who accepts my body exactly as it is, seeing it as a vessel for your love. Fill me with gratitude for this. Care for myself in every way. And also, my relationships are supposed to feel good. Your life is supposed to feel good to you. Before your birth, that would offer the greatest value for your personal and collective expansion and joy would be the relationships that you would experience with each other. It was your plan to relish the from details that would make up your creations. And here you are. All right, love your body and your relationships are supposed to feel good, not abusive, Taurus. That's what the universe wants you to know. What is this? Offering. I am peaceful. Let me, divine beloved, offer all desires to you, knowing the right outcome. Surrender and peace. Let me be only a vehicle for your will in every way. That's what the universe wants you to know today, Gemini. Cancer. What does the universe want? Cancer. Decisions. Perfect actions are shown. Change me, divine beloved, into one who can offer all decisions to you. That the perfect actions will be shown. Grant me patience to allow events to line up as they need to. Got some decisions to make there, Cancer? Who makes them for you? Don't we all know that one? All right, Leo. What does the universe want Leo to know today? Leo needs to know... Fly card. What is next in my becoming? And heart. I allow love to lead. This is the first time I've seen this heart. So anyway, okay. Change me, divine beloved, into one who can allow love to lead my life. May I offer myself completely to the highest good and contentment wherever I am. Use me for the greatest good. That's what the universe wants you to know today. Leo, lead with your heart, which is exactly. I'm being a whiner. I should still lead with my heart. All right. Virgo, what does the universe want Virgo to know? See, we're halfway through the zodiac day. All right. Virgo, devotion unites me with the infinite. What else does the universe want you to know? Appreciating your humanness. This is the second. When you hold the most troubled parts of yourself with compassion. When you see yourself as human, like all humans, one who has faults, difficulties, and continued struggles, especially for Virgo. It's tempting to criticize ourselves for the very things that make us human. Yet embracing our human qualities, the things we don't like about ourselves, or when challenges arise, it is because you are human, not because you are imperfect. Now is the time to embrace your whole and perfect self as a words of the wise elder who knows that learning and growth will only come from a compassionate heart. I accept my imperfect self. And every time, I know what the back of it says, for one of your faults, you say, how human of me. Instead of beating yourself up for imperfection, you say, how human of me. Because to be human is to be imperfect. First one, Libra to know. Libra, what kind of release would protect my clarity in my space? To protect clarity in your space. And finally, I rejoice in my creative energy. Fun, uplifting ideas flow through my received, bringing them into full manifestation. So Libra, you need to clear some stuff out of your space so you can make room for creativity. That's what I'm getting for you today. Everyone needs to know this. Easing expectations. A few years ago, I traveled to India for a long-awaited Buddhist pilgrimage. Our guide instructed us from these words. Fear flooded my body, and I noticed how anxious my mind became. It wasn't until further along in the trip, and then at the end, I came to understand what he meant. Expectations, especially high ones of yourself or others, inevitably lead to disappointment. I'm just going to smack myself on the face with this because I think this is meant. Especially high ones of yourself or others, inevitably lead to disappointment and often criticism, especially when they are left unmet. How often do you feel that you let yourself be impossible to meet in the moment? When we start to ease our expectations, we actually become more satisfied with ourselves rather than less. Easing expectations wants you to know today, Scorpio, and it wants me to know that too. I'm taking that card. All right. Sagittarius needs to know this. Whoa. And trust who I was made to be. My work is deeply fulfilling. Today I give my best to that. I am led to even more fulfilling and rewarding experiences. That's what the universe wants you to know today. Your work is deeply fulfilling and you love yourself. You know that. Aries and Sagittarius are like that. All right, Capricorn needs to know this. Capricorn. All right, Capricorn. Enjoy life into endless hard work. The more you're inviting love to take over, the more enjoyment comes. Allow me to enjoy this life. That is definitely what the universe wants you to know. You don't always have to work so hard, Capricorn. You don't. All right, Aquarius. What does the universe want Aquarius to know? This. Like the moon in the sky, we should be free to experience the happiness that comes to us. Happiness can come over you just like that. Look at the moon. It travels in the sky completely free. And this freedom produces beauty and happiness. Unless it is based on freedom. If you are a free woman, if you are a free man, you will enjoy happiness. But if you are a slave, even if only the slave of an idea, that is why you should cultivate freedom, including freedom from your own concepts and ideas. Let go of your ideas, even if abandoning them is not easy. Activity are always there, but very positive seeds also exist, such as the seeds of compassion, tolerance, and love. These seeds are all there in the soil. To recognize and water the positive seeds. You recognize the seed of compassion in yourself. You make sure that it is watered several times a day. That's the universe. Pisces. Strength. I lean on you. Make me ready to call on you. Let me include you. May I lean on your strength, knowing your grace can unravel any dilemma. That's what the universe wants you to know today, Pisces. All right, we are getting close to the end here of our long 13-minute show. Anyway. Hey guys, moods happen. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like life is always hunky-dory for myself or everyone else. Like, moods happen. I'm only human. But now, as I was pulling cards, my moods come from expectations I have of myself, which are always ridiculous. And I don't know if it's Buddha who said that attachment is the root of all suffering, but it's true. We get these ideas in our heads, in my head, in our head. The universe is like, how about no? I always picture like this universal suggestion box where you stick it, crumbles it up and spits out something completely different. Because I mean, if you look at your life, I would guess that most of it has not turned out how you expected. Most of it's probably turned out better than you. Now, and my attachments, my expectations. But anyway, that's all the time I got for my soapbox today. We'll see you next week for another edition of the Oracle Buffet, where I'm going to be in a great mood and I'm going to do a great reading and it's going to be great. If it's not, we're going to be fine too, because we're not attaching to that, right?
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Live from Facebook.com/group/JennaLees.crystal.shop. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Your Beautiful Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. I am Jenna Lee. I am excited to be here today. It's been a beautiful month so far. And I do apologize. I just got out of the gym, so my hair is a little crazy. So super excited to be here today. Hey, so one of the things that has been going on here in my local area is that a lot of people keep calling me out to do protection in their home, to cleanse their home. And I have been called out more in the last 2 years than ever before in my career. So that is something I wanted to talk about tonight, is how to protect your home. Now, a lot of people, their go-to is to sage the home, and that is frequently what I do. However, if you, just so you know, if you are working with more of like darker energies, darker entities, you might want to refrain from saging your home until you know what you're working with. So just to give you a heads up about that before I start this little process of protecting the home. If they are negative entities or energies, they are sometimes saging makes them mad, just so you know. So I really have to discern for myself what kind of energies I'm working with before I go in and sage a home. So that little disclaimer aside, it's really interesting. So here in my little town, a lot of people have needed protection. There's just an energy shift going on here. Our population is growing. So when I go into a home, the first thing I do to bless it, now you can do this with your own home. If you feel comfortable enough or called to, you can do it for other people's homes. But I like to protect mine first with like a dome or a bubble of light all the way around it. And that is just more of a prayer or a meditation, if you will. And that is when I am going to sage the home or to bless the home, that no negative entities or energies can escape and then come back later on, okay? But once I start that process after the prayer and I start to sage, if that's what I decided to do, I do like to play a higher vibrational music. Now, to me, that's going to look like anything that puts me in my power. That could be also indigenous music, chanting, the steel drums, flutes, things like that. But anything that really ultimately brings you your power back into you, that makes you feel kind of like a warrior. I love using music to bless my home, to protect my home. Now, lower energies and lower negative entities, they do not like the way that higher vibrational music sounds, so they tend to just leave, okay? I do like to use music a lot. Now, if I personally am saging or blessing a home and I have decided that that's safe enough to do, I do mine. I start at the front door and I go from left to right in every house and every room, left to right, and just saying higher vibrational things, using the frequency and the affirmations that you want to bless your home with. So I'm not, blessing my home with like, get out, get out, get out, because I don't want the energy of my home to be get out. I want it to be a place of peace, of safety, of love, of laughter. So frequently when I'm blessing my home, I'm just saying more things like, I have to get into the energy really quickly. So everywhere I go with the smoke and the sage, the music, whatever it is, I am blessing the home with happiness, with joy, with love, with laughter, with feelings of safety, of peace. Safe to be me, and just really, really bringing in that love back into the home. So, and then I just bless it in every room that I go into and switch that frequency. Now, if I start to feel heavier energies, I will just ask that any negative energy that is not supposed to be there needs to be blessed out, sucked out, removed completely, or be transmuted with that vibration of love. And so that's how I first start to bless a home. I find that very good. Sorry. Okay. Gotcha. And then the next thing I tend to do is I like to thank the home. A lot of people don't think about this, but your home is a place of privacy, of shelter, of security, of safety. That's what we're looking for in a home. So I frequently get down on the floor and even outside in my front yard and just thank the home for being there for us, for providing the things that it does, and allowing that energy of the home to start coming back together. Frequently, people just forget to thank their home, to really talk to the energy, the house energy. Some people call it house spirit. So in some cultures, they believe that every house has a spirit and we wake the house spirit up to protect us. And I do that. I walk the perimeter and make sure that my energy is firm, that nothing can come in is not welcome. And I only accept and allow vibrations of love, of light, of laughter, the things that I've just repeated before. But I do frequently say it over and over and over to keep it, straight in my mind, to keep my boundaries firm. Okay, so I do have a caller. Will you put that back up? I've seen Amanda.
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Oh, hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I help you out with today?
Oh, goodness, I didn't even prepare a question or anything, really.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm good with just like a whatever message or guidance really comes through.
Okay, just like a general?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
you got it. Will you do me a favor and tell me what your full birth date is so I can tune into your energy, please?
Sure, yeah, it's April 18th, 1993.
I'm like, I can't even think about what day of the week it is, but your birthday is coming soon. So congratulations. It's going to be like a level up for you. It's going to be exciting. Okay, so you... Okay, Amanda, take a deep breath for me, please. All right. There you go. Okay, so the first things that come in your energy is you easily attract everybody else's like chaos and crap. Like it's almost like people just like to dump all over you their stuff. It's almost like you're a magnet for that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. But the thing I'd like to tell you is you've done a great job over your life of growing, of almost like putting your boundaries up of what you're willing to tolerate and what you're not. Like you really have been growing in that form, which is really nice to see somebody do. Okay, so let's talk about your work really quickly. What's happening at work?
I'm actually a mom. I stay at home. I don't work right now.
Okay, is that something you're looking for or not quite yet?
It's something I've been thinking of going back to school, yeah.
Okay, I love that because they're just showing me a change in that department right there, like a shift was coming up. So would you say it again? Were you looking to go back to work or going back to school? What did you say there?
Both, honestly.
Yes. Okay.
I'm not sure yet.
If you were to go back to school, what would you do?
A lawyer.
Shut up. Oh, that's so exciting. Okay. If I had to choose between the two, like if you could only go back to school or you could only go to work and not both, I would definitely say go to school. Definitely say go to school. Your energy is like somebody who likes, I don't mean like fight, okay? I don't mean like fight with people, but it's almost like stand up for what's right and defend other people. Yeah. You've always had that ability within you. It's like you could really clearly see what was right and what was wrong. And you tend to fight for those people who can't do it for themselves or, stand up for other people when you see something wrong. And you've had that almost your entire life. So if you could only choose one, I would definitely say go back to school. Even when you think about it, it looks like your energy lights up in a really high, actually. Are you just scared about the time it's going to take? Like, what's holding you back from that?
It's a long story. I don't even know how to begin to explain that one. It's just a lot of strange phenomenon was happening that caused me to get diagnosed schizophrenic. And it turns out I'm not. And getting re-diagnosed now as manic depressive, and it's a long story. It's a very long story.
Okay. So just to clarify, you're not schizophrenic, but you might be like manic depressive. Is that what they're trying to do?
Yeah, definitely manic, but No,
Okay. Is that something you've had your whole life? Like those kind of symptoms?
no.
Just
I've always
recently.
heard things other people can't hear,
Mhm.
which I'm only learning now isn't normal. But
Right, yes.
it's real. That's the funky thing. It's just not something you should be able to hear, which I'm grasping now. However, yeah, no, I'm at peace with it. It's good. I'm learning to deal with it. This was chaotic.
So can I ask you, when you say you're learning to deal with it, have you ever tried to reword that as learning to work with it instead?
I think it was to work through it. It's a very long story. It's a very long story.
Well, I would definitely like to hear that in the future, but I'm just going to give you a little bit more advice if I can, because what I would love to try to figure out with you is this an ability? Because in my professional opinion, it always comes down to an ability. And if you're not working with your ability and you're trying to work against it or cover it up or anything, it just gets worse and your energy goes down and you will get depressed and you will have episodes like, what people are calling manic or bipolar or anything like that. But when you learn to work with it. Now, take me, for example, like I've been able to see since I was 3 years old, and I would see spirits just like they were humans. And later on in my life, I changed it to just hearing them, and I could hear them with my actual human ears. And then later it changed to just thoughts in my brain because I didn't like to hear them with, my human ears. So I changed it to my brain. And my life got so much better when I learned how to communicate. A lot of the pain in my body went away. My fear went away when I learned how to communicate with especially ghosts when they needed something. So I would really just have you try to open up your mind, because maybe it's not that you need to deal with it, it's work with it instead. And there are several people who can help you out with that if that's the case.
Honestly, it's so funny. It's just today I've gotten to a point where I'm at peace with it. And yeah, no, today's been weird. It's been a weird few months. No, it's honestly fine for me now. It's not. It's just such a hard thing to explain. I think it's just more so like ignore the things that were negative. Don't focus on it.
Right.
Because the good is just, it really is helpful. Genuinely needed. If anything, actually, it's probably kept me alive. As dramatic as that sounds.
Okay. Well,
no,
I would love to be able to
don't
help
fight
you
against
out with that. Like in the future, if you wanted to talk about that, I would love to. But for right now, in this moment tonight, I really just want to tell you that your soul it really is looking to come up and to advance, because it just looks like you've held yourself back for quite some time. So when you think about going back to school to be a lawyer, if that lights up your soul and your happiness the way that they're showing me, please follow that. Please do yourself a favor and follow that, because you have that natural ability of standing up for other people and finding the right and in the situation. And when you choose yourself, the universe will support you and they will guide you, and everything will be taken care of. Even through the challenges, it will all just work out for you. The other thing I'd like to tell you is, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for facing hardships in your life and coming out on top. I don't think that you recognize too much of that for yourself, of how good you've been doing through life, but everything looks like it's ready to come up.
That'd be nice. I think I'm just used to everything being insane,
I know.
Like, that's just life. But, No, it feels different. I don't know. Today just felt different.
Well, hopefully it's a
It
good
does.
different. That something's going to start changing for you. So, if you feel like you want somebody to help you through it and to maybe like train with somebody, I've done this my entire life. I can definitely help you out with that. So later on, if you're ready, just find me on Facebook. That's how most of my people contact me. And I can definitely help you through that, okay?
Yeah, sure. What's your name again?
My name is Jenna Lee.
Sorry.
No, you're okay. I know that some people are just not watching. They're like talking on the phone or something, but it's Jenna Lee, Jenali.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Not a problem.
Okay, Amanda, well, you have
Thank
a
you.
good night, okay? You're welcome.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so I have Danielle from Ajo, Arizona.
Yes,
How are you?
I'm good.
What can I help you out with tonight?
Well, I don't know. I just feel like I keep trying to help people out, especially my grown children, and they just keep going in the wrong direction. And I don't have control over that because they're adults, but the stress is just getting to me. I don't sleep, and I'm just really tired. But I just want to make sure that my grandkids are taken care of.
Okay. Danielle, will you do me a favor and tell me your full birth date so that I can tune into your energy, please?
Okay, it's October 19th, 1968.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. How many children do you have?
I have a son and a daughter, and then 2 grandbabies.
Okay. And your son, is he the one that's a little bit what I'd call like worse off?
Yes, he's very,
Yeah.
very lost.
Mm-hmm. Is he using right now?
He vapes the marijuana vapes, but he does it to help with his anxiety. Because if he doesn't do that, like he's just so angry and just aggressive.
Right. Okay. And then
I've tried to get him into counseling, and I've tried to get him to get on medication for the anxiety, and he just refuses. Like it's like he self sabotages.
yeah. Well, and he's just got a lot of anger too. It looks like he likes to just cover stuff up and like shove it down. And I mean, his energy just looks like a mess. It really just looks like somebody who doesn't take care of themselves, who doesn't think highly of themselves, who's he's just a mess. His energy is, there's just so much anger and like low self-worth in there. There's like abandonment things going on in there. He's just carrying so much stuff with him that it's like you're never gonna, and you're correct, you're not gonna be able to help them because you can't help him through this. Whatever you say is just gonna go in one ear and out the other. And he's really gonna have to find his own way. Yeah.
I just don't know
It's
how to get him in the right direction. I really don't.
Right.
I mean,
honestly, like you're not
going
to be able to.
But
yeah.
Oh gosh.
How many children does
I don't
he
know.
have?
He scares me sometimes. He doesn't have any children.
Okay. So he doesn't have any. Okay.
And I'm kind of glad about that because, like, with the anger and all that, there's just no way he could be a good dad.
Right. And so when you said that, I said, I'm glad about that right now because he's going to be one of those type of people that really have to hit rock bottom in order just to come back up. Like anything that you say to him, he's never going to listen because he doesn't believe anything good about himself. And so it's just going to be one of those things that you almost just pray that they hit rock bottom real fast so they can come back up because his energy just looks like he's spiraling. I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but even prayer sometimes doesn't work on people like that because they're not ready to accept the healing. So, okay, I want to switch to your daughter really quickly. Let's talk about your daughter. What's going on with her?
Well, she's pretty lost as well. She got into drugs, and both of her babies are special needs. They have a lot of health issues and stuff, but she still feels like she's not on drugs right now, but she's just not a good mom.
Does she have any help with the children?
Yeah, she lives with me, so I help her constantly.
Oh, okay, gotcha. No wonder you were out too, on top of all that. Okay, hold
And
on.
I think she's more worried about trying to like get back with the girl's dad than taking care of them because he's like a noose around her neck. He's just really bad for her, and she doesn't see that.
Well, she's not ready to see
And I know
either.
she resents me for not wanting him around and stuff like that. So there's friction there too. So there's just a lot. I mean, it's a lot some days because if it's not my son, then it's her. It just seems never ending.
Okay, when it comes to the children, though, is there in the future, is there any way that you would be able to just take care of them yourself, or do you feel like you're too far into life to do that?
No, I see that happening. I see her.
Yeah, so do I.
I'll have to get custody of them. I do. I've been, well, I don't want to say preparing myself, but yeah, I kind of been preparing myself for that because that's what I see happening.
Right. I see that as well. That's why I'm asking if you feel like you could be the one to do it, or, does that just feel like too much at the level of life that you're at? Because that is what I see. I don't see them going into like a foster care right now. That is an option, but I don't see that right at this current time. I do see her almost like starting a fight and getting mad. Does she yell at you a lot? Does she get like hot-headed and mad? Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, because I see her
Yes,
almost
she
starting a
doesn't
fight
like
and
to
then
be
leaving for a few
told.
days. What to do? Yeah. Okay, so when it
She's
comes
just
to the
very
kids,
unhappy.
yeah. Well, she's just, unfortunately, I know. Okay, so if that's just how she is, because I don't see her coming out of that anytime soon. Now, just so you know, I do see in the future her coming up. I don't think she'll be like this forever. I think it will take her some time to get there. So in the meantime, if it comes down to you, that's what I would prepare myself for. But I do see her snapping out of it eventually. I don't think she'll be like this forever. It'll just take some time. I'm concerned for her about the abusive relationship, it being physically abusive. And she doesn't think very highly of herself either. But her energy does look like it will come up. So that is something to look forward to in the future. Now, she might be a little bit better if you were to do prayers for her. But when I go into the children, when I go into the grandchildren, their energy is beautiful. Their energy is so bright and fun and loving and kind. They do have some heaviness because of the stuff that, they've gone through in life with the lower vibrational energies and emotions, but really they're beautiful and they are very protected from the other side. You frequently have protectors in the home watching out for them. If you were to be the one that had them, can you get on any type of like help as far as like state help or anything like that where there's special needs? Would they be taken care of in that form?
I think the older one would probably be able to get like Social Security because of her syndrome. She has a special syndrome. She's only like number 36 in the whole United States that's diagnosed with it.
Oh.
So I'm seeing her. She could probably get help.
Okay. So that makes me feel better about that situation. As long as you felt like you had it within you to take care of them, even if by chance they did end up somewhere else, like a home, like a foster home or something in the future, these kids, they're very protected.
I could never let.
Okay.
I could
good.
never ever let that happen. No.
Okay. Well, I want you to focus on them.
They were as children. Okay, because they were as children taken away from her, but me and my family took them in. So
okay. Well, I don't have too much longer left. I've only got, okay. I only have a few minutes left before I have to end this show. So I just want to tell you, when you start getting heavy emotions and heavy feelings and you start to really stress out about your children, just know that they're going to have to figure it out for themselves. I want you to redirect your mind to your grandchildren, the love and the light and the fun, the happy stuff that they can bring in, because you're holding on to so much stuff that we need to teach you how to redirect your mind. Those children are very beautiful. They have beautiful energy. They're very protected. So if you can get more into that energy, and I know as a mother, you're going to worry, but there really is nothing you can do about it. Your kids have to choose for themselves. But shift your mind so you're not holding on to that heavy energy, and you'll start feeling lighter. Of course, you can keep your prayers going and things like that, and keep asking the universe for the things that you need, especially for those 2 grandbabies of yours that are just so fun. I love seeing their energy. It's such a difference from your adult children. Those little ones are so blessed. But they are very sensitive. So I just want to tell you to be strong. Keep your prayers up. Keep it clear in your mind what you want, so that the universe knows what to send you, okay?
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time
you're
and
welcome.
your energy.
Thank you. Have a good night, Danielle.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hey, you guys, what a beautiful night tonight. I hope you have a great week, and I will see you next week at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Have a good night.
To A1R Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Markham. Live from MMAstrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
And I always say, and I've said this on my other shows, that a new moon is about beginnings. A full moon is about endings. A new moon is about beginnings. So this is really a special moon because Leo represents the child in us. It represents the heart. It represents actors on stage. It's ruled by the sun, so it's a lot of vitality. So when you think about these things, think about the star of your own show. And I kind of wrote down a little bit of tips, what you can kind of follow. And you want to ask yourself, what lights you up? What do you truly want to create? And set intentions around creative projects, visibility, confidence, romance. Maybe you're looking for a new partner. Leo, which is the 5th house, it's also your first child. So maybe you could have some type of special relationship or, do a special trip with your first child. And really, it's about joy. It's Leo energy equals solar confidence. It also governs the heart chakra. So it's ideal for aligning your energetic frequency with self-love and passion. So practices like red light therapy, sunbathing. And what I mean about sunbathing is not being out there all day. Being out there maybe, 30 minutes would be a form of just getting some sun vitality. Sound healing, can elevate you during this time. And I'm starting a new program called Vibrational Vitality, where I mix astrology with biohacking so you can be healthy on the inside and get to, that level of being where you want to be. So as far as the biohacking tip, it's about your mitochondrial energy. Confidence building supplements like CoQ10 and vitamin D are really, really good to do right now. And here are some things that you can watch out for. Shadow side of Leo is arrogance, drama. It's a great time to recalibrate your inner compass. Are you doing things for approval? Are you honoring your inner flame? Some other things, the new moon forms a trine around Sagittarius, so amplifying bold action and adventure. And really it's, are you ready to create things from the heart? Are you heart-centered? Is really, really big right now. And that is Leo energy. So tonight I would suggest going out and looking at this moon and really looking inside yourself and saying what it is that you want to create, what it is that you love, and really mean it. Put some passion and some vitality into it. So that's what I'm going to say about the new moon. We also have Mercury retrograde right now. So I don't know about you, but my electronics aren't working right. I seem to be always in kind of a rush and I just can't seem to get a lot done. So some tips for Mercury retrograde is to, give yourself plenty of extra time to get things done. Also, it's a time to revisit things. It's not a time to start something new. So pretty much wait till it's over, kind of have that detail and plan in place, before you start something brand new. If it's a project that you're already involved with, then it's okay. Then you can move forward, revisit, review it, make sure that it's what you want. That is really how to handle Mercury retrograde, but I think it's a very challenging one this time. Some are more challenging than the others. Mercury retrogrades typically are 3 to 4 times every year. So it's just a plan to kind of slow down. Let's see, what else can I say tonight? Actually, tomorrow or next week, we have Uranus is going to go direct. So that'll be good. That'll kind of slow things down a little bit. It's been a pretty challenging year this year, I would say, with Uranus just going into Gemini earlier this month. Or happen. So, but anyway, just wanted to kind of give you a little, some pointers. So, okay, we have Chris.
Hello.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. So first of all, what I do is I am a evolutionary vibrational astrologer. I'm going to look at your chart from an evolutionary standpoint and really talk to you about what's going to get you to your highest level of consciousness. Do you have your birth time?
I think it's 1 a.m.
Okay, we can try it. We can try it with 1 a.m.
Okay.
Okay, so what is your birth date?
It's 5/3/83.
5/3/83, so May 3rd, 1983?
Yes.
Okay, 1 a.m. And city and state you were born?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to speak a little bit of astrology and tell you what it means. Looking at your chart, you're a south node in Sagittarius in the 12th house of Pisces, north node in Gemini in the 6th house. And I would say to you, south node in Sagittarius tends to be the eternal student. And it is in the 12th house. So 12th house is an unconscious house, meaning that you probably keep a lot to yourself, but you're really into finding out information, and never being quite sure if the information, having to kind of fact check it and, continue the journey. Almost think of the South Node as the energy that you come in with. It's almost like you're the philosopher. You're always trying to gather and disseminate knowledge and information. In this lifetime, it's not about that. It's communicating the knowledge that you already know. And it's in the 6th house. So it's really about doing this on a daily basis with your work, and really kind of, I would say too, listening to yourself intuitively and not having to always to second guess yourself, where is this right? Is this, do I have to check this again? And listening to that voice inside you. Does that resonate with you?
Yes, it does.
I would say too, with a sun in the fourth house, your sun is where you shine, and it's really for you about family, you know. And family doesn't always mean our biological family. It could mean our soul family. It could mean your family. You also have Chiron there. So Chiron's in Taurus. I don't know if, if early on or in some point in your life, if there was some issues with family or something that that's kind of still lingering, because sometimes Taurus feels stuck, and it's hard for Taurus energy to change. Do you relate to that as well, or without? Yeah. I know you don't want to go too personal. I know this is. I would also say another thing I see is you have Uranus. Uranus is the awakener. That's in the 11th house. I would say you have a pretty eclectic group of friends. It's not the regular kind of everyday average person doesn't excite you.
It's true.
So, and I would say with the moon in the first house, you have a compassionate heart. It's in Capricorn, but usually people with the moon in the first heart, they're serious and responsible, and sometimes they can carry the world on their shoulders. Do you feel like that sometimes?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I would say I know we have a few minutes left here, but the main thing I would say to you is you have a lot of spiritual energy, and don't hide from that. Listen to those voices, listen to that intuitive aspect of who you are inside, and I always say to people when they're like, well, I don't know what the answer is. How do I do that? And so I do this form of muscle testing where I go into a room and I ask myself whatever I need to know. And the first answer that comes to mind is what I go with. Because then if I go back and forth, then, I'll be more inclined to think and react with my ego. So I feel like like I said, I think you have this intuitive aspect to you that's going to lead you down the right path that you need to find your happiness.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Markham. Live from MMAstroVibes.com. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi guys, welcome. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. This is your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I'm happy to be here today. Things have been a little crazy in my life, as I feel like they always seem to be. It's been a bit of a roller coaster of emotions, so bear with me. I might cry with y'all today. So, it's just been a lot going on. I just recently had a very exciting opportunity. I just got done filming for a episode on a reality show, so I can't share much more than that, but I'm super excited. I can't wait till that episode comes out and I get to share with you guys. I got the opportunity to share my gifts and had a beautiful, amazing episode on this reality show. So it was so exciting. Felt very honored to be invited to do that. So that, that happened in the last week ish. And then unfortunately, my older brother just passed last week on the 8th, and he was not well. He had some issues with diabetes, and so unfortunately we lost him last week. So rest in peace to my brother Richard. And I know he's on the other side, playing with all his cats and watching The Bachelorette with my mom, with our mom. So so just lots of emotions, lots of crazy things that have been going on, and just kind of, up and down. So, but I'm always excited to be here, coming on and doing my show. People say, well, Steph, how are you going to be able to do this? Are you in the right mindset? And I just say, you know what? Helping others heals me. So to be here today really is just giving back to me as well, and healing my heart and my energy. So I'm just so excited to see what comes today. But got a little surprise for you guys. As you guys know, I always try to pull an affirmation card and, share that affirmation with everybody. Well, we're going to do an affirmation, but this one's a little different. So, I love kind of being silly and goofy, and I think, laughter is the best medicine, right? So we're going to kind of do a silly affirmation, but I actually purchased these. I think I saw them on, I don't know, some social media platform, and I thought they were hilarious. And they are called the Smartass Affirmations, and boy, are they hilarious. So I will keep them appropriate as always, So, but this one I thought was so hilarious, but yet it just resonated so much with what I just talked about, with everything going on in my life recently. So we're going to read the affirmation. Now, the number that I've been seeing all day today is the number 16, so 16. So if you listen to my show, you know that throughout the day, pretty much every day, I get signs and symbols, and the number 16 kept coming up really strong. Well, I know tomorrow is the 16th, unless, could be tomorrow, could be someone that calls in that I do a reading for, has something very special happening tomorrow, or this is the 16th of the month. Or this is January 6th, and let's see, or 2016. So we'll kind of see how that meshes tonight with the callers. And I'm trying to think what else, age 16. So kind of keep that in mind as those who are listening. So I pulled the 16th card out of this Smartass affirmation deck, and I loved this. So, and I truly believe in this 1,000%. It says, I store in my body that which I seek. So I'm going to kind of show that on the camera. It's really kind of cool. It's got the evil eye there, and it's kind of coming down, you know, the tears are watering the beautiful flower. It actually looks like it might even be a lotus, possibly. Anyhow, beautiful, beautiful. So on the back, this is what I wanted to read, and this is what was so hilarious. But if you know anything about energy and you really do believe in that, you know, everything we say, think, and feel and do, it's energy. So when you put all of that out in the universe, it comes back tenfold. So you want to be mindful of what, you know, you're putting out there. And that's what this is about. I store in my body that which I seek. So if you're putting it out there, you must be seeking it. And so be mindful. It's going right back inside. So the back, the description's hilarious. So I wanted to read this, and then of course we'll be taking our caller, but I'll read this very quickly. It says, if you've lost your marbles, have you checked your pockets? Texting everyone in your phone about how crappy you feel after pounding all those margaritas with your BFF, Blackout Becky, will only escalate the pity party for you and the unfortunate recipient of your complaints. Instead of channeling negative vibes to the peeps you love, slow down and focus on the support that you already have. You know, like that fresh glass of hydrating water, the magic detox filter in your liver, or the hot rubber ducky bubble bath in your near future. When you take a ride on the Pound Town complaint train, you never end up where you want to go. You just might find your marbles if you look inside your heart. Isn't that so cute? I thought that was hilarious. And, you know, I mean, even in all its kind of funniness, it really is so true. So be mindful of what you are putting out there, the energy you're putting out there, you know, sharing to others, because I'll tell you, I'm a firm believer in that, you know, law of attraction. So, all right, my friends. Well, on that note, let's go ahead and we're going to take our first caller. And I saw the caller is from Illinois, and I missed the name. This is Mini Medium. Oh, Akel. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yes.
Hi, Akel. This is Mini Medium.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine.
Good, good. I love your name. It's beautiful. So pretty. How can I help you tonight, hun?
They just recently took my daughter, and I was trying to figure out if that kind of like a lot about that situation.
Will you say that again, my friend? I'm sorry.
They recently took my daughter yesterday because they lied and said something about a drug test.
Okay. Okay, and what kind of reading are you hoping for, my friend?
Just for her, for us.
Okay, just kind of what's to come?
Yes.
Okay, okay, sure, you got it, my friend. Okay, let me, I'm gonna pull a couple of cards here. Give me just one moment. Now, when I mentioned before we hopped on the call here, the number 16 has been coming through very strong for me today. Do you resonate with that number?
Maybe 16 weeks.
The 16, yeah, I'm sorry. Do you resonate with that?
No, but probably 16 weeks, maybe.
Okay. And what is the 16 weeks?
I don't know. My daughter's birthday is on the 17th.
Oh, okay. 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 Well, we'll kind of see if this plays. It might even be future. So it may even be going out 16 weeks. So we'll kind of just play it by ear here, kind of see if anything connects. And the daughter that you were just mentioning, you said she was born on the 17th. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, hun. Okay. All right. So I pulled a couple cards for you just to kind of see, you know, how they're going to validate what I am starting to see. And that's really how I use the tarot cards. I just use them as a visual validation. So I'm going to show the cards on the camera here. So you pulled, the first card is this Five of Swords card. And that card came out of the deck right side up. And then the other card you pulled is this Magician card. And now that card did come out of the deck reversed, upside down. Now, anytime that cards come out of the deck upside down, they're going to help us to kind of connect with or validate, if you will, what we call your shadow work. And shadow work is the things that you're working on just for yourself, or the things you know you need to work on to just try to live your best life. Now, I know as a mom, and I'm a mom myself, you know, we feel the pain of our children, right? Anything they're going through, we feel it. Yeah. So even as I do this reading for you, my friend, I'm going to focus on your daughter, but I'm also going to kind of give you some guidance as well. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so this sword card that you pulled, so the Five of Swords, a sword in tarot is like having kind of this energetic sword per se, and you're using that sword to fight and to defend and to protect. So it's very powerful. It's something that I tell people that sometimes we need to carry those swords. We need to fight, defend, and protect. Sometimes, you know, I'll tell my clients if I'm feeling it that they need to put the sword down and just allow things to happen as they need to. It's like trusting the process. So kind of keep that in mind for a moment. And then the Magician card you pulled that's reversed. This is really how I feel it's kind of validating with what's going on in your life. This is about your daughter getting herself back, my friend. This is her finding her magic, but it's not going to be easy. You know, the next, you know, and it may even be 16 weeks that I kept feeling may connect to you. So it's, you know, we could be going out future, but I want to tell you one thing that, I'm sorry?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So with the future, you know, if we're going out 4 months, then that's, you know, maybe where the 16 weeks is. Now, the Magician card is the one that I want you to focus the most on. And that really is about the fact of your daughter starting to find herself again. And it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle. So I just want you to be mindful. But one thing I love that I do say, and I'm very honest in my readings, I always say I never sugarcoat things, but right about the end of next month, so the end of May, I want you to be prepared for kind of a new beginning, a fresh start, and it might come across as being very difficult, but I feel like it's exactly what you all need, especially with everything you've gone through. Okay?
Honestly, the crazy thing is I feel like you're right because me and my daughter, when we first got together, we literally we had disagreements. We had disagreements back to back. And then I recently just found out that I was pregnant. So we've been bumping heads and like I argued with her over cereal and stuff and I felt really bad. Like I felt really, really crappy because that was the last time we talked. I was arguing with her over fruit boots. So I felt really bad.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, that's where I feel for you, my friend. It's time to put that sword down. You know, it's like I say, choose your battles. Put that sword down and just trust in the process. And I really feel by the end of May, you're going to see this new beginning, this fresh start coming. So just kind of be prepared. And we're in this time of the Aries, so tensions are really high right now. You know, people are really butting heads. So just kind of give it some time. And I do feel like things are going to start to simmer down a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, because this morning I just kept hearing, trust the process. It's all maneuvering into the right way, and I didn't understand it because, that's all. Yeah, because I'm very gifted as well. So I just listened to him, and then all I kept hearing was trust the process. It's a process, but it'll get better, worse, and that's all I just kept hearing.
Absolutely,
but
my friend. Absolutely.
But I was also confused because I had recently found out that I was pregnant, and I didn't understand where that came from because I thought I couldn't.
Yeah. Everything happens for a reason. So, you know, and even the feeling, even, you know, new beginnings and fresh starts, you've got a beautiful new beginning coming. So just hang in there, Mama. Things are going to get better, okay?
Thank you.
All right, my friend, you're welcome. You take care. Thank you for calling.
You too. You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye, hun. Okay. All right, you guys. I know times are kind of crazy right now and tensions are high, but we'll get through it. All right, so I have my next caller, and it is Teresa. And Teresa's in Manhattan. Hi, Teresa. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hi. Hi, how are you? I'm good. I'm actually on Long Island, not Manhattan.
Oh, you're in Long Island. Oh, that's even better. I love it. I just visited that area probably about 6 months ago, and just loved it. So, you know, living out here in Utah, it's a totally different culture change, but I loved it. It was so fun.
Oh, I couldn't imagine.
Yeah, very much, my friend. Well, how can I help you tonight?
Just mostly what's happening in my relationships and love life kind of thing, and you know, whatever comes up for you that's important.
Okay, beautiful. I love it. Okay, we'll just kind of see what comes up, but I'll kind of hone in on the love life and relationships.
Okay.
So. Okay, all right, my friend, let me pull a couple cards for you here. Now, I asked my last caller, I always ask every one of my callers, do you resonate with the number 16 as a birth date, death date, age 2016?
No,
okay.
I don't.
Okay,
no.
Okay, that's fine. Just kind of keep it in mind. Boy, that number has been coming up quite a bit. And so anytime these numbers pop in my head, there's always some crazy reason. All right, my friend. Okay. All right. So I pulled a couple cards for you. Now, you know, I want you to keep that 16 in mind. Even January 6th will be the 16th. You're in a relationship right now. Is that correct?
It's more of a situationship kind of thing.
A situationship?
I don't know how to describe it, actually.
Okay. No, I completely understand, my friend. Okay. Well, I think the point is I saw that you have someone in your life right now. So, but I just learned the term situationship literally like, I don't know, less than a year ago. And I was like, oh, okay, I get it. So, yeah. Oh, I think I don't know how old you are. I'm 50, and it was a young gal, and she said, it's a situationship. I'm like, what's a situationship?
Yeah, it took me a while to learn it. I'm 66.
Oh, so you got it. You got it, my friend. You know, yeah. So I kind of get it, but even just seeing someone in your life, I want to make sure I'm validating that part, because I just feel a sense of the two of you being very, very different, which there's nothing wrong with being different. But when I say different, I mean different goals, different, maybe morals, different future, hopes and dreams and whatever it may be. And so it really is about you, I feel, going through kind of really a spiritual awakening where you are starting to, connect with a different part of your path that I feel like maybe you've never really had the chance to. Whereas for this person, maybe just wants to stay where they're at and they're just kind of comfortable. And I don't like that for you. I literally see you stepping outside of some of that comfort zone and maybe doing some things that you always wanted to do, travel or, I don't know, go jump, bungee jump or something, something that maybe he wouldn't want to do or vice versa. So it just seems like maybe the communication with that is not quite there. In the cards I pulled for you, I pulled this 10 of Wands card and it came out of the deck upside down. So really that's kind of validating this year anyways. We're in the year of the 10. It's actually the year of the 1. We dropped the 0. And that's all about new beginnings and fresh starts. And the wand is about you, kind of in a sense, finding your fairy godmother wand. And you're going to use that wand to get what you want, when you want, and how you want it. So this is a big year for you, my friend. It's a big year of kind of just, going, I don't have time for this. I want to do the things I want to do, and I want to have what I want, and not have to sacrifice any longer. And I love that for you. And this person, I feel that your situationship, it's not a bad person. I mean, sometimes I sit with my clients and I'm like, oh my gosh, you got to run. This person is not good for you.
Yeah.
I don't feel that by any means. I just feel like you're just in this whole new beginning and maybe just it's not working. It's not communicating,
Okay.
One thing I love that I see coming, so your other card that you pulled, and I love this for you, it's the Sun card. And the Sun card speaks for itself. It's all about finding your light and your happiness and, really just starting to do the things that bring you joy. And what I love is I see that coming here within, this summer for sure, but even, gosh, I would even say in the next month or two. So there's, hang on one second. I'm going to scribble for a minute. I start to do what's called automated writing. And do you connect with the name like Hank or Frank? I literally just heard that name come up.
Well, I know someone named Frank, but I don't, it's not very connected to me. I don't know anyone named Hank.
Okay.
It's
okay. And no one with that name that is passed?
Pass. No, not really.
Okay.
Not in my family or anything. And this man's got a different name, like a stranger name.
Yeah, that's okay. I want you to keep that name in mind, that Frank. Not saying that it's necessarily the person that coming into your life and being your knight in shining armor, but but this is the weird stuff that happens where, for instance, just kind of hypothetically speaking, you run into Frank, you talk to Frank, and then Frank ends up connecting you with someone, and that ends up being your person. So kind of the middleman, if you will. So, and the reason I think I'm telling you this is just because I don't want you to dismiss it when it happens. Does that make sense?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You know, it'd be
Yes.
be like Frank comes up to you and you're like, oh hell no, I don't want to talk to him. You know? So it's like, no,
Okay.
I'm going to just listen to what he has to say. But, you know, but what I love too, I don't know, I am so drawn to you traveling this year and out of the country. So do you have any plans of doing that this
Okay.
year?
Not out of the country, but I do travel around to the country.
Okay.
I don't have any plans to go out of it.
Okay. Well, that's fine too. Do you ever go up into Canada? That for me would be out of the country. You know.
Yeah, no. I mean, I live in New York, but I don't really go up
Yeah.
there. I haven't gone up there in
Okay.
years.
Okay, maybe watch for that. For some reason, in my intuition, in my mind's eye, that would be going out of, you know, the country as well. So maybe
Yeah.
just kind of
Mhm.
watch for that. Yeah, but I
Mhm.
love it for you. I love this travel that I see you doing, and even if it's not out of the country. And the reason I'm bringing this
Right.
up is just because of the fact that you just so many new opportunities coming with that. So just kind of, you know, keep doing that, as if that sounds like what you're doing. But I've got probably about 90 seconds left. But when it comes to this guy that we're talking about, I would say just, you know, yeah, there's nothing wrong with a situationship, but if you're ready for that commitment, that's where I feel like things might need to start to kind of part ways.
Right.
So if that
Yes,
makes
I
sense.
think I would like a commitment, not.
Yeah, I agree, my friend. Well, I hope this helped you. I know that these are all short and sweet, but you have such a beautiful energy, and I have no doubt you're going to find your person, hon. I have no doubt. So
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You are so welcome. Thank you for calling in. Have a great night, and we'll talk to you soon, hopefully. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye. All right, you guys, what a beautiful night. Very easy, very beautiful. I can't wait for next week. So I will see you guys. If you are interested in booking a reading, please go to my website. It's mini-medium.com. All my stuff is on there. And I will see you guys next week. Okay. Much love. Bye, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Look, I hope you're having an actually interesting and exciting week, whichever part of the planet you're in. Here in Australia, we're sort of gearing up for one of our biggest days of the year where we celebrate and remember the people that went to war and fought for us, and it's called Anzac Day. So, you know, we're gearing up towards that for the weekend. But for the rest of the people around the world, I'm sure you've got some interesting and exciting things going on in your neck of the woods. And it's you know, it's one of those times in history where, you know, you're sort of not really game to turn on the television because you don't know how the war's going in the Middle East. And, you know, in some ways we want to insulate ourselves from that. And I can understand that. It's sort of like it seems to be always some sort of conflict going on somewhere over something that seems ridiculous to us mere mortals. But I'm sure there's a bigger picture of all of this, and I'm sure there's a reason for it all. It's just that we don't necessarily want to go there. So the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is a really positive sort of card. It's the 9 of Cups. It's improvements underway. It's telling you not to feel too smug or pleased with yourself. It's a card of sort of, yes, there's improvements underway. That's nice. Acknowledge that. But don't let yourself run away with yourself. Don't get too smug about all this, that you're superior or doing better than somebody else, because that's not the way of the world. You know, we should be grateful for the positive things that happen in our life and embrace the things that aren't quite so positive, that are teaching us lessons or moving us in another direction. But don't ever sort of sit back and feel smug and pleased with yourself while somebody else might be going through a trauma or a drama or a situation in their life that's not quite so pleasant. So it's the card of, yes, things are certainly improving and improvements are certainly underway, but just make sure that you keep your ego a little bit in check. Yes, it's nice to celebrate the great things in life, but don't let that be the dominant factor. Be aware that there's other people around you that may not be going through quite as good a time as you are, or don't have as many improvements underway as you. They might only have small gains and victories where you might be experiencing a major gain or victory. So just make sure that we bring it back into a balance. And it's a beautiful card to work with. It's a lovely card because it does make us feel like that there is sort of certainly change in the air. So this week, astrologically, we've got a change of signs. We've moved into Taurus. So happy birthday to all the Tauruses out there. It's very early in the sign. But it's a time of the year that asks all of us, no matter what our star sign is to slow down just marginally. You know, take a breath after the hectic period we had with the Aries energy and just catch our breath. Look at what's important to us, because the Taurus energy governs our personal finances, but it's also the things that are important to us. What are the principles? What are the rules that we live by? And that's one of the things that Taurus tries to teach us, no matter what your star sign is to value what you have. That yes, money is important, but the rules that you live by in your life are far more important than any amount of money. And it's a time to sort of slow down, smell the roses a little bit or the coffee, and sort of take stock of your life and start to sort of look at personal finances. Is there any way that we can improve things? Can we maybe save a little bit more money? If you're going to be making an investment in a piece of furniture or something like that at this time, look for something that's not only good value, but is going to stand the test of time, that's made well, that's to the best of what you can afford in your budget. That's something that you're going to have not just for a season or a couple of years, but something hopefully you'll have for many, many years. And you'll still love it in 10 years' time and sort of say, gee, I'm glad I went that little bit extra and spend a little bit more money, because look at how well this piece of furniture or this couch or car or whatever it is that has really served us well. So again, happy birthday to all the Tauruses. It's a really magical time of the year. It's for you. It's the time of the year for you to bask in the glory of your birthday season. So we have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct or holding hands Uranus in Taurus at the moment. Now, Venus is where we look for. Venus actually rules Taurus, so it's happy birthday to Venus being back in your own sign too. And it feels very, very comfortable there, because Venus energy is about love and beauty and the things that make us smile and the things that make us feel comfortable. That, we've got things in our lives that we can sort of, not necessarily is it always luxury, but it's a feeling of comfort, of being at home, of sort of feeling secure, that, I can sort of lock myself away for a little while, away from the world and all the dramas, and just be in a happy spot, be in a happy place. Now, the fact that it's conjunct or holding hands Uranus, and Uranus is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, and can sort of be quite harsh at times, because it strikes us like a bolt of lightning that hits the ground, that sort of says, bang, this is where we're up to, this is what we're going to be doing. And Venus here can work in the way that if you are searching for love, and it doesn't matter what your star sign is, I'm not going to put limitations on this, that this is the time to sort of think outside the square, do something different, go to somewhere that you've never been before, or a place that you've been promising yourself that you might visit or look at or attend a concert, or do something that's out of your wheelhouse. And this may just be where you're going to find love, because Venus likes to sort of be around places that are cultural, that are sort of warm, that are sort of, maybe musical or theatrical, or, art galleries, things like that. But you don't necessarily have to go to those places. What I'm saying is shake it up a little bit, get out of your comfort zone, do something you promised yourself you're going to do for a while. That may just be where you're going to meet the love of your life. Now, please be aware, Uranus is only in Taurus now until the 26th of April 26th. So it's only days away now before it shifts energy and it moves into Gemini, where it will be for a number of years. So there could be some shake-ups here for Tauruses in these last few days. Anything that you haven't sorted out, you hadn't resolved, you hadn't looked at, or whatever, Uranus will come along now and give it a sort of a sudden heave-ho and a push and a shove and a whatever, and to get the results that it feels that it needs to do in this last, closing days of it being in Taurus. So be very aware of that, and particularly if you are an earth sign, it will wash over the other earth signs, which is Virgo and Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. So just sort of, hold on to your seat for the next few days while Uranus does his last little bit of his dance in Taurus before he moves into Gemini. We also have Saturn conjunct Mars and Mars conjunct Mercury, also sitting in Aries. Now, this is a really interesting place because, Saturn conjuncting Mars. Now, Mars rules Aries, and conjunct Mercury is a very unusual combination to have together. And with it being in Aries and being that me first sort of energy, it's sort of really sort of ramping this up. It's sort of giving it extra weight or extra speed to this, or extra oomph, if you want to put it that way. Now, it will be affecting the fire signs, I beg your pardon, predominantly, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. So Saturn is the planet of discipline, of structure, of change in our lives. It's like the father figure. It says, now hang on a minute, let's get a plan of attack here. Let's not just go in willy-nilly at 100 mile an hour. Let's get a plan. Let's get things sort of sorted, get things down in writing, or get a rule book that we're going to follow, or some suggestions of how we're going to handle a particular situation that may be cropping up. And it may not just be a simple thing like let's go shopping and buy some groceries for the week. This is usually, when we see a configuration like this, we're dealing with more complex problems. We're dealing with things that are sort of not necessarily what we deal with on a day-to-day basis. This is something that we need to sort of look at the structure, or the limitations, or the reasons why this is happening. Now, it's conjunct Mars. Now, Mars is the planet of action, where things move very, very fast. It moves at lightning pace. It can sometimes feel a little bit aggressive and a little bit harsh. Just work with the energy. You don't necessarily need to completely embrace the energy, but be aware of it. Be aware that things are moving very, very fast. Now, it's conjunct Mercury, the planet of communication. Now, communication isn't just spoken communication. It isn't just written communication. It's any form of communication that we use in our modern life, whether it's from AI to cell phones to laptops to tablets to whatever. It's, emails, it's SMS, letters, it's voice messages, it's phone calls, it's any form of communication. Now, because it's in Aries, it's sort of got a real urgent feeling of me first, and did I tell you about me first, of wanting to sort of be the center of attention and moving things along very, very quickly now. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that this has to be negative. It just means just take a breath, slow down, look at what's being presented, then gather your thoughts, maybe make some notes, and then slowly start to sort of work your way through it. And then as the momentum builds, you can allow Mars to sort of give you that push to make things right and sort of get the communication out there in a very clear way. It's not the time to be bombastic or arrogant. It's a time to be, yes, forceful, yes, know your rights, or whatever the case may be, or where you stand in the situation, but then present a very calm front, and don't look at it in a negative, sort of like look at this as everything starting to work in your favor. Maybe it's come along a little bit faster than what you thought, but that's okay. We can move things along, and that's not a bad thing. We have Pluto, the planet of transformation, is sitting in Aquarius. Now, I haven't talked much about Pluto moving into Aquarius because he's going to be there for a hell of a long time, and you're going to become bored with me talking about Pluto all the time. But he is in Aquarius. Now, Pluto's the planet of transformation. He wants us to completely transform our energy, our lives. Now, this is predominantly affecting the air signs, which is Aquarius, Gemini, and Libra, and the opposite sign of Leo. Now, with Pluto here, he's asking us to think outside the square. Now, the Aquarian energy, or the 11th house energy, is usually associated with the love that we give, not necessarily the love that we receive. It's the love that we're giving to other people that we're sort of trying to share with the world. Now, it's interesting that Pluto here is trying to sort of influence a much bigger scale of things. It's trying to transform the world in a way that we've got to think outside the square. We've got to find new solutions. We've got to find things that are new, that fit this part of the journey that we're on. We can't look back to history and say, well, this is how we dealt with it 100 years ago or 200 years ago or 300 years ago. We've got to look at it through a fresh set of eyes, look at it as in an innovative, different way. How can I handle this? How can I deal with what I need to be dealing with? I need to be able to put my feet on the ground and come up with some creative, different sort of solutions or suggestions to people at how to handle things that are going on. Now, Pluto is actually opposition at the moment with what's known as the part of fortune. Now, the part of fortune is not a planet, it's an Arabian part. Now, it's sitting in Cancer. Now, normally when we think of the part of fortune, we think of where things are clearing up, things are becoming easier to deal with. And this may very well be because the part of fortune is sitting in Cancer. So it's asking us to sort of listen to our intuition, go into our safe space. You know, most of us that, you know, going home and being able to shut the door and sort of shut the world out is where we call our safe space. It's our home. It's where we can sort of be ourselves. We can relax. We can sort of cry, dance, jump up and down, do whatever we want to do, and we can shut the world out. So it's interesting that these two are opposing each other at the moment, where Pluto's sort of saying, let's think outside the square. Let's find some new solutions to the bigger problems that are going on. But it's opposing us wanting to sort of run away and hide and shut ourselves away in the comfort and the safety of our own home and saying, I just want to shut the world out. And maybe that's the solution here. Maybe we need to have a balance of both. You know, 1 minute we're looking for solutions, and then the next minute we're saying, no, I'm going to take a breather. I'm going to go back and recharge my batteries in my home, and that may be the answer to things. I'm not necessarily applying it to what's going on in the Middle East. I think that's a very complex problem, and it's not something that I personally want to discuss on this show because I think there's so many things that are going to play out there. But let's take this back to a personal level. That personally, maybe we need to find some creative different solutions in our lives. And then when we've taken those bold steps, then maybe we need to retreat to the comfort of our own home and sit back and analyse it and look at it and say, yes, it does feel right. No, it doesn't feel right. We'll just go with that. So that's where we're going to leave the astrology section for this week. We're going to talk with Denise in Staten Island in New York. Are you there, Denise?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you tonight, sweetie?
Do you see me moving, selling my house and moving?
I do, but not before August. They're showing me around August is when the momentum starts to build. This wasn't an easy decision, was it, Denise? To me, I feel that you took a long time to come to this final realization it was time to go.
You know, I really even haven't come to that realization of me selling this house. Because I
Right,
don't know. Can you tell me where I'm going to be going?
They don't show me locations because I'm here in Australia and I don't really know all your geography over there, but they were showing me that it was sort of, I was going to say a little bit to the north. I don't think that you're moving hundreds of miles away. I think you're only moving probably 5, 6 suburbs maybe. And it to me seems to be in an area that I didn't think that you were necessarily looking at this point. It's like, you've got some ideas, but you haven't really made a firm decision. This will be one of those places that wasn't on your radar. They keep showing me August, that, whether that's when you make the final decision or that's when you move, but August was the turning point with this. And it's something that I think that needs to feel 100% right. Don't do it if it doesn't feel right, and don't let anybody else try and talk you into what you feel you need. It's got to be right for you. There must be a reason though, Denise, why you've all of a sudden started thinking along these lines. Is it, do you want a quieter location? Is that what it is?
No, I mean, I'm in a quiet area now in Staten Island.
Right. So why have you?
But I don't know. I had a dream. I had a dream that I was moving, selling the house and moving.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even know where I would go.
Okay, well, that doesn't necessarily mean because you've had a dream that you've got to physically follow that through. Sometimes in our dreams, like things like, selling the house and moving is just showing you that there's change in the air, that it doesn't necessarily mean we've got to physically do it. If you're in a quiet area, then I don't know that there's necessarily a reason to move, because what I got was, I need to be in a quiet, safe environment where, I can shut myself off from the world if I want to. And that seems to be where you're located now.
Yeah.
So did you?
I don't know why. I guess because I had this dream and I feel like I'm going to win money, like the lotto. I feel like I'm going to win money, fix my house up, and then give it to my daughter and move. And I have no idea where I'm going because my grandchildren are in Staten Island and my son is in Long Island.
Right. Well, I'm not saying that those things can't come true, but you might only move a couple of streets away or something like that. You might not necessarily leave Staten Island, just because you're going to give the house to your daughter if, you're fortunate enough to win lotto and fix the house up. But, just look at it as they're preparing you for there is change. But I don't think there's necessarily going to need to be a move. I just got a quiet location in a very pretty place, and you seem to be walking down the street casually, sort of just looking around and saying, gee, I live in an amazing part of the world. That's what you're saying to yourself. So that sounds like where you are now. Look, I mean, sometimes dreams are to get us ready for the changes that are coming up. And, it's not for me to say whether you're going to win lotto or not. That'd be lovely. But, sometimes, dreams are showing us potentially what could be ahead. And, if you were fortunate enough to do that and you did fix the house up, what would be the reason to sell? Is it because you feel that you need something smaller at this stage in your life and this would more suit your daughter and that'll be wonderful? Well, then, maybe you're only going to go a few streets away. I don't see the need to sort of pack up and move away from the family and the things that are familiar. Let's just, park the dream for now and see what happens. But, by August, you seem to have a much clearer perspective of where things are going. Anyway, Denise, that's where we're going to leave you now. We're going to talk with Kathy in New York City in the USA. Are you there, Kathy?
Yes, I am.
Have a question I can answer for you, please, Kathy?
Well, I was wondering who is around me right now, and if I have a spirit animal, and if I do, what.
Okay, look, the answer to that is there's not always just one particular person that's around us, Kathy. It can be a number of people. And sometimes it's even people in the family that we did not physically even get to meet, but they, for some reason or another, see something in you, or you remind them of them, or they've decided that you're like their project, that they're going to help from the other side. So it's a multitude of people. But to me at the moment, what's around you the most is female energy. And I've got 2 young women, but I don't think they were young when they passed over. So I'm not sure if there was 2 sisters in the family that were fairly close in age that passed fairly close together, because that's what I feel. I feel it's like a sister energy here, and they seem to be around you for the moment. They're the ones that are sort of helping you sort of get through the changes that are happening in your life. As far as spirit animals concerned, they don't normally show me an animal as such. We all have different gifts, but I know that there's a lot of activity in that way around you, but there was no one particular animal that was your sort of like your totem. It's like, you have a wonderful energy that, you would attract a lot of animals. Even going for a walk down the street, I think animals would look at you and follow you or want your attention because you just radiate that sort of energy. Has there been some very strong dreams that you've been experiencing recently, Kathy?
Yes, there have been.
I want you to start, I know this sounds inconvenient, but if you can have a pen and paper or your cell phone or something by the bed that you can sort of capture the headlines of what was in the dream and before you wake up in the morning, so that you can go back and sort of maybe find a pattern or start to analyze it, because some of these dreams to me are showing you things that are going to happen in the future. And it's like, well, I'm giving you the heads up. I'm giving you not necessarily a warning, but I'm giving you the opportunity to sort of be a bit ahead of the game, that when these things start to unfold, that you know exactly what steps to take. And, dreams are peculiar things because sometimes they can be very odd. You could see a pink cat with a purple bow in a dream and you think, well, I don't even like cats. Why would I see a pink cat with a purple bow? Well, you've got to pull it apart. What does pink mean? What does the purple mean? What does the bow mean? What does the cat mean? How did I feel in the dream? They're the sort of things that you do when you've got time, when you've woken up, but you've put down on your cell phone the most important things, how you felt, what was in the dream, and then you can go back and fill in the blanks later. Because I feel that it's going to be a year of change for you, but I don't think the changes are really going to ramp up till about September, October. And you sort of think to yourself, well, the year's almost over, but it's sort of like the beginning of showing you where things are going to be going in the future. And it's like, it's going to be fast paced, but it's not something to be frightened of. It's sort of like, let's just go with the momentum. Let's just go with the energy, because you have been asking for change, but you haven't been specific, I think, enough with what you want to change. It's just sort of like, I'm sick of this. I want something new. Well, be a little bit clearer than that, because the universe is listening. They are trying to accommodate, but without them clearly having a roadmap to follow of what you actually want, they're sort of plucking things out of thin air, sort of, so to speak, and sort of thinking, well, that might fit, that might work, that, let's be a little bit more precise. Who's the dark-headed man that they keep showing me that there was tears over this situation? Was that a lover, a past love situation that you haven't really got over?
A dark-haired, he's presenting himself as a dark-haired man, or could he have aged? I mean, and then he's presenting himself younger.
He's presenting himself younger, and I didn't feel it was necessarily somebody that had passed over as such. I felt the tears were more like tears of disappointment over a romance. And look, I could be going back to teenage years here. He just keeps popping up. I'm only seeing him from the back view. He had a good head of hair and it was dark, almost black. And it was like, I just see these tears flowing as if, you never really got over this, whatever this situation was.
Wow. I'm not sure, because I never permitted myself to go head over heels. I mean, that deep into a relationship, unless it would end in marriage.
No, yeah, but that was
that was
probably my terminology. Yeah, but I mean, as close as you would have been to sort of being so immersed in love that this person broke your heart. I think, look, I don't believe for 1 second this person's coming back and we've got to regurgitate that. I'm going to take this as this may very well be one of the future dreams you're going to have. And let's use that as a marker in time. When that dream happens, pay attention to what happens after it, because it's really important. Okay. It's like, to get your attention, sometimes they've got to throw something random there. So we go, hey, what was that all about? You know what I mean? To sort of really not just think it was just another night and another series of dreams. There's a very important message past this. But in the dream, you are crying over this man, and the tears are sort of I can't stop them. But it's sort of, to me, that's a cleansing. It's like we're releasing a lot of old stuff out of your soul. So don't even in the dream try and stop it. Just let it go. Let it happen, and you'll get some really important information past that point, which is where you need to be then focusing on. This is the message that they were really trying to share with you. You are actually quite psychic, Kathy, and it's something that, not so much you've pushed it away, but you acknowledge it, and then you sort of, oh no, that's not rational, that's not logical, and you start to bring in the logical side of you and sort of squash it a little bit, and then it sort of builds up momentum again, and then the same thing happens in a different way. So it's like, not necessarily saying you've got to necessarily just go with everything. If it feels uncomfortable, then obviously stop. Don't allow your thought patterns to go there. But if it feels okay, then let it go and see where it lands, because that's the best way to sort of start to build this in a way where, you're not going to run off and be a psychic or read cards for people. That's not your direction. It's more about inner guidance for you, and sort of being a little bit ahead and understanding what could happen next is what I think they're trying to share with you. But you've got a lot of activity on the other side. There must be an awful lot of relatives over there that go way, way back, long before you were even thought of, that are sort of chiming in, like it's like one big party over there. Oh, come on, let's go and see Kathy. She likes us, like they're all sort of having a good time. And that's nice, but we don't want too many voices either, because then everything gets lost in the commotion. You know what I mean? Like, let's have one or two people come forward with a message, not 30 of them, because then it's sort of, it's like being at a party and you can't hear a word anybody's saying, not even the person next to you, because the music's too loud and there's too much noise, too much chatter. So, if that happens, say to them, look, I really appreciate you guys, but hang on a minute, let's just do one at a time. And, they'll listen to that and they'll take notice of it. They're a little bit like children in that way. When someone says stop, hang on a minute, I can't hear you, they think, oh, gee, well, my message is really important. I'll get in the queue. You know what I mean? So, you can be in control of things, is what I'm saying. So, we all have psychic ability. It just depends how we choose to develop it or not choose to develop it, and it sort of just keeps pushing us forward. It's something that's with each and every one of us, but you have an abundance of psychic energy at the moment, and I don't want them to sort of drain your energy either. So that's why I'm saying, put some boundaries up, tell them to stop. So I hope that's been of help to you, Kathy.
Oh, absolutely.
Wonderful. Well, that's where we've got to leave it, Kathy. We've come to the end of the show. The show comes to an end really quickly. So this week, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, here in Australia on the weekend, it's Anzac Day. And what that means is it's our basic Memorial Day here in Australia. And Anzac means Australian and New Zealand Army Corps. And it was something that's been around for a very, very long time. The nation stops, we celebrate, we remember those that have fallen, that are in all the different wars. And for me, it's very personal. My grandfather, who I never met, died in the Second World War and isn't even buried in this country. So to me, it's a special day of mixed blessings with sadness and pride to know that that so many young men went to war and never came back and never got to see their children and their grandchildren, but they're always with us. And this week, I want to leave you with a very special song here that's sort of like an unofficial anthem here that it gets played right around the country by a group called Red Gum, and the song is called I Was Only 19, and the song was written about a young man going to the Vietnam War and the experiences that he went through, and Agent Orange and all those sort of things, and how it affected and changed his life. And it's something that's a song that'll be played around this country full volume on Saturday, and a lot of people will have tears in their eyes, but it's something that we shouldn't ignore. We should always acknowledge the young men and women that went to fight for our respective countries and gave their life or gave their service, and their lives were never the same after they spent those tours of duty. But it's very special, very unique people that choose to go down that path, and we should take our hat off to them and remember them all alive and not living. So until next week, bye for now.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Oracle Buffet. I'm your host, Heather Carmona, and we've got some really good show for you today. Going to be taking a caller here to do an astrology/oracle buffet reading. And while we make that happen, let's talk about some sponsors. First sponsor of the day, High Class Grass, plant-based company. Find them at highclassgrass.com, on the Amazon, the TikTok, the Walmart, the eBay, all the electronic stores, something like that. And then Lighthouse Center, lighthousecenterinc.org. That's my grandma's meditation center in Whitmore Lake, Michigan. You don't want to visit